And welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. We have exorcised the gremlins and we are back in business. Let's take a quick look at how the markets have opened up this morning and what things are looking like. And as if you were with us during the opening call, this is the ES. This is the 30-minute chart, the range from yesterday. Value low 46.10, value high 46.36. We've opened in the middle of them. That usually tells me to be patient, and I certainly feel like patience has certainly paid for our traders today. And we're still inside of value. So I'm really looking for some sort of a change or for the market to really tell us that it's really going to try and stay range bound today. And to me, knowing that we have the FOMC meeting released tomorrow, that seems to make a little bit of sense. Markets maybe just kind of falling into a little bit of anticipation for the new Fed chair, Warsh, his speech tomorrow after the FOMC release at 1 o'clock, meeting at 1:30. Markets really not showing a whole lot of change in the perception of value. Very kind of choppy and range bound. A lot of uh, just kind of sideways choppy action. Range traders probably loving it. Breakout traders and momentum traders, probably not. We were saying we're going to see better trade location as the day goes on. I still believe that to be the case. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Similar situation. We took a look at the weekly kickoff high in the overnight session. Overnight inventory was pretty much flat. We've opened centrally located inside of value from yesterday. Value high 30,910, value low 30,750, and we're right in the middle of it. The market really has not given any directional attitude or momentum or tempo, anything like that. So really just trying to be patient, focus on the extremes. Maybe the initial balance high and low can provide some of our better opportunities for the day today. We'll check those out again at 9:30, but really with the very small to no change in the perception of value, try and stay patient. Better trade locations will come at the extremes. What about crude oil? Crude oil has been, of course, pushing to the downside. We did see the opening range currently set at the low of the regular trading hour session, but really not seeing much of a pullback here. Very low volume, looking more like a potential bear flag than anything else. Opening range again does remain the low of the session, which kind of tells me that a lot of our overnight inventory has not quite adjusted that inventory yet. I'm looking for higher pricing before looking for opportunities for shorts if I get that opportunity. Gold. Gold has turned into a bit of a nightmare for us today. So the market opened in range, in value, rejecting value low from yesterday, 43.66 half, trading right back to settlement. Overnight inventory was a little bit long. Overnight inventory has now largely been reconciled. Where this turns into a bit of a nightmare for me is when our TPO point of control sits itself right near an initial balance high or an initial balance low, and it's sitting actually spanning the volume point of control is below IB low. The TPO point of control is above IB low. That puts me into an area where I just really can't do much because the market is not decisive at the initial balance low in either direction, and it has a tendency to get me all chopped up in here. So I'm again suggesting staying patient. The markets are still inside the ranges from yesterday, largely inside of value from yesterday, except of course crude oil. So again, patience pays. Patience pays. It's turnaround Tuesday. We don't have much to turn around from here just yet. But these markets are always offering opportunities, and it's in the context and the understanding of the context where your opportunities lie. So again, in the equities, stay patient, focus on extremes, initial bounce high and the initial bounce lower coming here in about 15 minutes. And those could be some pretty decent opportunities for us to be able to limit risk and to focus on the extremes of the current regular trading hour session range for our opportunities. Anything in the middle, I'm not touching. Don't diddle in the middle. That is my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Excellent stuff, Hogue. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that little delay. I don't know. It's the computers, it's the future, it's everything conspiring against us. Mandy, any trades while we were gone? What's up?
No, I attempted a long, took like $30, $40 of heat. So just under 400 down. For some reason, I don't trust shorts. I don't know why that's so hard. I don't want to get married to a bias though. My EMA crossed on top, but we are angled pretty down on my EMA on the 15 minute. We're choppy, man. This is and wiki. I mean, look at these wicks on these 15 minutes. This is not a great not a great place to participate unless you're an awesome range trader. Shout out to Dolby. Um, yeah, here we are, 800s. I don't know why it's so hard to take on a short right now. There's just a lot of whiplash going
Well,
on, right?
I mean, I hope it's somewhat expected. We were hoping it wasn't true, but it is the day before FOMC.
Yeah.
A little bit of indecisive action could be expected. And remember, stick around in about 5 minutes. Andre did not leave us. He's coming back. He's going to be having an interview with Dale Smothers, who's the founder and CEO of RDS Wealth, to talk a little bit about the FOMC meeting coming up tomorrow. Our first taste of Warsh on the big stage. Don't want to miss that. But we got a good 4 or 5 minutes right now of hardcore trading action. We're selling off a little bit in the ES, 76.27.5 in the September contract, but still, as Hogue said, very much in the middle. Any more thoughts on that,
Yep.
Hogue?
Oh yeah, I mean, we are testing the lows of the current range in the ES, but if we do get some extension below this level, I'm looking for even cheaper levels to look for longs. Uh, Nasdaq, same. And initially, the opening range was the low of the range in the S and Ps. It has extended below that. We're down near here near the lows of a potential initial balance. If you're range trading, this is a relatively cheap long, but you've got to think about, we've got a 15 handle range. If we're risking five to make five, 1-to-1 reward over risk, is the juice worth the squeeze right now? That's really the kind of question I'm asking myself, because I need really good trade location for longs if I'm going to make it worth my while. I want 2-to-1, and I'm going to have to get 23s in the S and Ps. I'm going to have to get uh, 760s probably in the Nasdaq, really, to kind of even out the reward over risk on this opportunity. We're seeing some pretty
Yep.
decent selling coming in here. Can't depend on Delta today because it's rollover. That's dead until after Thursday. If we were looking at Delta, it's positive 500 in the S&Ps, negative 1500 in the Nasdaq. Again, not a very useful number during rollover because of the split in the volume. So I'm really just trying to stay patient, looking for better trade location as the day goes on. I'm probably going to let the initial balance be established before looking for opportunities here.
I like that,
All right.
Hogue, a
Well,
lot.
Mandy, unfortunately, we wish we could spend more time with you, but sorry for those issues with the box, but always a pleasure having you on. Any final
Hey, it's
words before we let you go?
no problem at all. Actually, I will be joining you guys for my normal power hour today. So not all is lost, Jack. We will have more time together. So
Yes, we will both be back for oh, wow, we're breaking down a little bit to the low here
Sure.
of this little
here we go.
range. We'll see what happens with that. Mandy, we'll see you back for Power Hour. Hogue always doing his thing. We'll all be back. But first, we're going to do a little FOMC preview. Andre's coming back. Dale Smothers is here, founder and CEO of RDS Wealth. Take it away, guys.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jack. Welcome. We got Dale Smothers, the founder and CEO of RDS Wealth Management. Dale, welcome to Topstep TV. Let's get right into it. You are a wealth management firm. What was the primary question when the phone rang that some of your clients were voicing to you over the last 3, 4, 5 months with volatility in crude, rates are, and then I guess stocks making all-time highs along the way. But curious to know what the general tone was with some of your clients over the last few months. Welcome aboard, Dale.
Yeah, Andre, thanks for having me, man. This is going to be a fun discussion here. You know, one of the main things that we do here is set expectations, which I think is the primary objective in wealth management, and especially when we are starting to work with clients. Typically, they're either close to retirement or they're about to enter into retirement and going to start needing income from this portfolio. And Andre, setting that expectation goes a long way. So those phone calls that came in a lot were just, hey, what is going on exactly in the geopolitical side of the market? Clearly, there's some pressure from Iran, oil going higher. A lot of our clients start to feel that in their pocketbooks almost immediately in the gas pumps. And then the concern of what do we do now? Where do we go in our current portfolio? How do we reposition this portfolio? And we actually were proactively reaching out to clients, letting them know that back in November of last year, we had kind of started to read the tea leaves. A totally different reason. We knew that CapEx was no longer being rewarded on the AI spin, and we had gotten a little bit more defensive, if you will. We're certainly not bearish by any stretch of the imagination as earnings continue to rise, but we had cycled out of these names that were hit the hardest during this oil pullback, which is tremendous. So our conversations with clients was mostly, hey, this is a great opportunity for us to buy because a lot of what we're seeing is overselling in these names. We did that back in mid-April, and we have been handsomely rewarded since then. But, you know, the fear, the uncertainty without an expectation of what what lies ahead, that fear and uncertainty, if you do not have a plan for your portfolio to weather these types of storms, the uncertainty is tremendous. And to be honest with you, Andre, we had a lot of people calling us saying, can you help us? Because we are concerned about the geopolitical pressures that are facing the economy today.
That's understandable. Well, Dale, I'm going to ask you, can you help us? Let's take a lay of the land here in the macro. Crude oil prices, obviously pulling back beneath $80 now. That's just recent. Rates still perhaps uncomfortably high. We've got FOMC tomorrow. Kevin Warsh's first FOMC meeting as the new chair of the Fed. How are you approaching this new era with the new Fed chair in terms of, obviously, if the boss wants rates lower, economic
Right.
data saying quite the opposite. We're looking at 99% probability of a pause tomorrow. However,
Sure.
what are your thoughts proactively going into this new era with the new Fed chair?
Yeah, Andre, I think the next decision that Kevin Warsh makes is a pause. I think that's almost inevitable. Now, I'll tell you, a lot of that pressure was relieved with oil going lower. We have had a pretty resilient labor market. We keep our eye on that quite a bit. The two, the both sides of the coin that the Fed has to balance between inflation and labor. We had labor fairly strong going into this week. We had inflation potentially going to be a sticky situation. Now, there is a chance that this ugly T word, transitory inflation, could
Here we go.
actually be the truth here if oil prices fall and continue to fall. There are some that call for oil in the 70s, some in the 60s, some even lower. And, much lower than 60, it starts to break the system in the other way. But if we can get $60 or $70 a barrel of oil, I don't think inflation is nearly as big of an issue for Kevin Warsh to attack. And he's made it clear that he's okay with the economy running a little bit hot and not adjusting interest rates to cool it down per se. We'd love to see GDP continue. I think S&P 500 continues to grow. Earnings is the reason for that. I think 8,000 right now is our target on the S&P by the end of the year. It's going to be a bumpy road. And our expectation for the Fed is that they are going to do everything they can to cut and make that target, that benchmark, probably a good 1 percentage point lower. 100 basis points lower is where I think the Fed wants to be. The data may not allow it, but I do believe Kevin Warsh is likely going to take us there as much as he can.
Okay, Dale Smothers joining us here on Topstep TV, founder and CEO of RDS Wealth Management, bullish on equities, dovish on rates, 8,000 by end of year. How do we get there? It's going to be a bumpy road. What will be the catalyst behind just the rally? Is it semiconductors? Is it tech, hyperscalers? What will be the catalyst that gets us there? It will just be the overall, the natural bid that comes into the stock market.
Yeah, we're leaning into semiconductors. Clearly, we're leaning into hyperscaling companies that are continuing to spend. This capex currently is being rewarded, but I don't think that it would take much for investors to start asking the question of how is this going to be profitable? The potential for profits may no longer drive investors to continue to buy. Although I guess SpaceX maybe stands that theory on its head. That is a speculative stock in itself, and would love to get there if you want to go there, but that IPO we're not necessarily chasing at this moment. For our long-term buyers, I think we're going to have an opportunity to buy that at a potentially even an IPO or lower price. But what I do think takes us to 8,000 is the idea that earnings continues to grow. And one of the biggest hiccups, or let's say speed bumps along this road to 8,000 would have been sticky inflation, Andre. I think if inflation had stuck around for much longer, and clearly that story's not been written, but let's just say that the driving factor of inflation, oil, is at least starting to be subsided. If oil remained high going into the end of summer, I think you started to hear CEOs potentially come on their calls and say, we really can't give much guidance anymore because we don't know what our costs are going to be. And that would have put a major speed bump in the road to 8,000. 8,000, in our opinion, happens on the backs of the overall index. I'd love to see it broaden out into financials. I'd love to see it broaden out into utilities. That would be incredible for the overall market and the economy. And I'm going to give you another speed bump is midterms. We expect volatility. Volatility is the price of admission here. But again, bullish on equities at the moment.
Well, you brought it up. SpaceX, Dale, SpaceX up, 35% since the IPO. Right. Now, let's trade $211 a share, not profitable, and now has a market cap bigger than Amazon. Bigger than Amazon. Are your clients interested? Are you getting calls? What do you think about SpaceX? How do we get into SpaceX? Yeah. Or what are your thoughts overall?
Absolutely. Clients are very interested. And who wouldn't be? I mean, here's the thing. SpaceX is an incredible, incredible company. We actually just did a podcast for listeners where we talked specifically about SpaceX and how it is not like buying Amazon as a bookstore. Back in the day, you think, if I could have bought Amazon when it was just a bookstore. SpaceX has been around for 24 years. Mm-hmm. So the idea that there's been a lot of money already plowed into SpaceX, a lot of money already been made, per se, in SpaceX. And the instant that we see this lockup end for insiders, I think there's going to be some significant volatility. So we've got a ton of interest in SpaceX, but we're doing everything we can to hold the bridles back. And I'm going to tell you, Andre, fear of missing out is real. We feel it here. It's not something that we have to, we have immunity to. But I have to believe that fundamentals come to a name like SpaceX over hype. And clearly, you can't bet against Elon Musk, but we could be 5 years away from being a profitable company with SpaceX. And it takes one explosion on the launch pad to make everything explode, or a potential profit-taking event that makes retailers start selling before everyone else gets out. We believe SpaceX is a great company. But we cannot confuse a great company with a great stock if the price is too high at the moment. And we are big believers in SpaceX long term. We just think we're going to get a better price on it. As a retail investor, we are institutional investors for our retail investor clients. We think that we are going to have a better place to buy this particular stock. That's our read right now, Andre.
Dale, I'll bring in the heat. So patience, just like we are as day traders. Patience. I didn't. You guys get FOMO as well. That's interesting. Didn't think you guys got FOMO, but here we are. With that being said, all right, last question for you here, Dale. That went by fast. Again, founder and CEO of RDS Wealth Management. If the people they're asking, they're loving you in the chat, where can the folks find more Dale, more RDS Wealth Management out there on the interwebs if they so choose, Dale?
Yeah, we have a YouTube page. You can look up Dale Smothers. You can look up RDS Wealth Management, or you could look up the Retirement Matters. This is probably a good time to bring in my marketing director because I don't know exactly the name of that particular YouTube page. But Retirement Matters is our podcast. The Retirement Matters podcast, you can find that on any podcast streaming service. Clearly, you can navigate to our website, rdswealth.com. And I'm going to tell you, we do a lot of national TV, if you will, and a lot of that's put on our YouTube page if someone's interested in maybe learning a little bit more about our philosophy, I think that YouTube page would be the best place to land. But at the end of the day, our philosophy is very simple. We know that as we start to work with clients, Andre, losses hurt those clients more than gains help those clients, because we are in this wealth management and preservation mode with the majority of our clients. And I have been blessed to be able to do this for nearly 2 decades now. And I realize that truth to be 100% the number one rule: don't lose money. Warren Buffett says number 2 rule is don't forget rule number 1.
100%. And you tie a beautiful knot on that tie, if I may say so myself. Thank you so much, Dale. We're going to cut to a quick break for more trading cliches, and we'll bring back the gang after this. Dale, Smothers, thank you so much. We'll see you again soon.
You, Andre.
Let's go to a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side of it.
Every live funded trader started exactly where you are now. My name is John Hoagland. The path is real. The opportunity is real. One idea, one decision, one trade. Welcome to training camp.
And we are back. We are selling off new session lows in the session lows in the NQ, and we got Mr. Dakota in the house. Dakota, look out below. We are selling off. What's up?
I absolutely love starting my mornings off with you guys. What a wild. Yeah, SpaceX passed Amazon last night during slow markets. We actually temporarily passed Microsoft too in market cap, but we see these equities right now, NASDAQ selling off. I'm looking to buy it right here. I was looking at these 620s. This is a level of resistance that we seen on Monday, yesterday. So this is a zone. This is a zone I'm looking to get long on the NASDAQ. I've been a little bit busy. I was selling some SpaceX options here, Jack. 300 strike price in July for $10.
Ooh, nice. I like it. I was gonna say we're long right now. We nearly hit our take profit. Came close to getting stopped. I'm on the other side of this little gap here, so we're risking about $300. We're long 5 MES from an average price of 76.13.
Okay.
So just wanted to get that out there. But I like that SpaceX call.
Yeah. I mean, at $300 a share, I just sold some calls. I mean, SpaceX really getting up.
Is there a catalyst behind this? Anything, or is this just selling? We get more selling. Is there a headline or anything? Okay.
Nothing that I see here.
I am long 616. I'm long 4 contracts from 616.
616. All right, 30,000, 616. We got initial balance high, initial balance low prices have been set. Again, highest and lowest price traded in the equities in the first hour of the New York session. Hogue, I got him on Topstep X now as one of our indicators, but I like to hear from you as well. So ES and Q, what we got? IB high, IB low.
All right, so ES IB high 76.36.75. IB low closed right on it and continued this push to the downside. 76.12 is the initial balance low. See if we get some opportunity up near there here very shortly. And what about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ initial balance high 30,889 even. And initial balance low 30,672.5. NASDAQ traded right back to the opening of yesterday's trend to the upside. Interesting spot here. Dakota, did you see a 3-bar reversal down here or something?
No, I'm being preemptive. This is simply just buying a level of support after this sell-off. I just added to this 620, so I'm long 6 from 620. Being very preemptive on this, Hogue.
620. Okay.
Just jumping in.
Correct. Yep. This is where do you get long, and there's a nice level of support, and I seen a little bit of hesitation there, so I'm long.
Nice work.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, ES. I guess just made the do session low 76.04. We're trading about 5 points higher from there right now. And Q looking at a sold off almost 300 points in the last 20 minutes. Last 20 minutes. Nice sell off. Dow not selling off so much. Crude selling off $77.34. Gold trading 43.40. Those shorts were good, Hogue.
I'm going to take one off there at 650.
7.2. This is IB low in the ES, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
76.12.
Okay.
We get much more into the initial balance. I'm really going to like the long.
If we get above and hold it.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to hold above it.
What was it selling about?
Day before the
was
Fed,
watching-
we've been up a lot. Doesn't need
Where
a
was this
reason.
yesterday? Where was this yesterday?
Didn't see any headlines or anything, so
Dow catching a bid.
I gotta have some right there at 650.
Long from what? 620?
619. Yep, 619.
Okay.
There's the buying that I want to see right there. Let's break through these 650s. I'd like to see 680s come into play.
ES
Take another
catching a
one
bid
off
as
right
well.
there at these upper 50s. Going to tighten that stop loss up.
Nice.
585.
Dakota back.
yeah. So Dakota, the low from yesterday in the top of the session gap, 30,604. So nice shot there.
Yeah, it's yesterday's resistance.
Crude finding some selling now. Crude down about 35 cents the last couple minutes. Crude now trading $77.16. 40 cents off session lows.
I'm going to take another one off right there at these upper 60s. Got 3 left. Here we go. Into the 70s.
Yes, holding bid.
Come on, little
And
stocks.
Q, yeah. Yes, 10-point turnaround higher. Like 11 points now. Oh, what do you think now that we're a couple points higher of in the ES, higher than initial balance low? That price is 76.12. We're trading 76.14. This is an interesting area. What are you looking for?
Me, I'm
Push
looking
higher?
I'm looking for the price to hold above the initial balance low at 76.12 and then break out above the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, 76.16.5, and show acceptance above that. Then I can see this market rotating all the way back to IB high, 76.36.75.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Hogue.
It's
I
holding.
know, right?
It's holding. It's holding.
There goes Naz.
Here we go.
And
Here we
Q,
go.
and Q. Yeah.
Let's get these 80s.
Turning this whole thing around. Look at this thing go.
I get a 3-bar reversal here too.
Yeah. If we could break through these 80s, I'll take one more off right there. 50 points. Tighten up that stop. And yeah, not too bad.
How many?
Not
How
too
many?
bad.
There we go.
I'm still long 2.
Okay.
Andre. So I got
Nice.
closed out most of it. Still long 2. That level of resistance.
Yeah.
Just a beautiful thing.
Jack, how are we
Beautiful
managing? How are we managing these longs in the ES in terms of risk and in terms of upside target?
We're risking $300 right now. I haven't moved the stop yet. I'm tempted to move it at some point. I'd love to see it take out like at the bottom of the old range here. I got an order in the takeoff 2 of the 5. If we take off the 2, maybe I'll bring the rest. I'll tighten up the stop then.
Oh, well.
Come on, baby.
Look at this thing go. Buyers, buyers, buyers. We are turning this thing all the way
80s.
around. Look at this thing go.
90s.
And
I'll take-
yes, 100-point bounce. 100-point bounce.
Woo. Look at that go.
3-bar reversal indeed.
We could come back up to these 740s.
All right, we're out of 2.
Nice, Jack. Dow
Nice,
fighting
Jack.
buyers as well.
We'll tighten this up.
Right.
What is it? 12 is the initial balance low. What do you think, Hogue? Well, let's tighten this up a little bit.
What a rally. What a rally.
Here's this. Yeah.
Absolutely just pushing higher here. We're looking at a 115-point rally in the NQES 15, make a 16-point rally. Is crude now beneath $77? Crude trading $76.97.
Love to see it.
So we're down the
Our take might
long.
be
Dakota,
a
how
little bit
many-
cheaper.
How many get on still, Dakota?
I just got one left. Closed out most.
Hold on.
Just
Okay.
one on. One
Runner.
One is a runner.
I'm long 2 from now, 76.09 quarter. And right now, Hogue, I have to stop it just arbitrarily below the about 4 points below the initial balance low. And I guess maybe
Yeah.
we just wait to see if we can get the other side.
Yep. Nice trade, Jack.
Nice job indeed. Crude continuing to sell off here. More buyers.
Still
Dow
finding-
pulling
Buyers
back a
stepping in
little
here
bit.
still. There's still
Just
higher
stay
lows on the 100 tick. So I don't think this little rally we're seeing in the last 10 minutes is done.
You think it's done or not done?
No, I don't think it's done.
Okay.
I think we still continue. I mean, there's a decent
Turn around
chance
Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
we go another 50 points higher.
Session highs, well, overnight highs in the NQ. Oh, it's almost 300 points higher. See if we want to go back there. 50-50 tilt. You got anything on the headlines? Pretty quiet still. So we got above. We're
We just
holding
wanna
above
see the-
initial balance
Let's
high
see it
here.
hold
Ho.
IB lows.
Okay, hold above.
That's what you want to see.
Uh-huh.
Hold it above.
Yeah, I'm looking for 740s. 740s would be a target for me.
What's your average price now, Dakota? You got one runner?
27, yeah, one runner. I started building at 620. I'm looking for these 740s. The reason why, you can see the market structure, right? You can see there's some wicks there, right there at 750. Originally, when we first opened up, that's the low. And you could see the overnight support as well. There's a lot of resistance right there at 750s. It's a zone. You could do plus or minus 10 points.
The chat's some folks in the chat saying the lows are not in for the day. Others saying the lows are in for the day. Chat, let us know. Are the lows in? The lows in. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Lows in for the equities. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
You never know, man. We never know.
No,
Never know.
No, you don't.
We could be down 2%. We might go back and be up 2%.
1 for yes, 2 for no. It's saying no.
Nasdaq is definitely showing weaker than the S&Ps. We left some single prints from 715 up to 748, giving up the initial balance low now.
going through it, upside and downside, Hogue. Not sure what to make of initial balance low right now, but there's definitely
I want to see S&P hold it.
Yeah, I may add a few just to see if it holds it. We're in a good position.
Nasdaq's giving it up. I'd wait on that.
Okay.
on the longs.
On adding right now, yeah.
Yeah, you got to take heat. No matter what, you're going to be taking heat. You got to be prepared to take heat on these trades with this current market state. We got crude continuing to make session new lows. Crude $76.86.
We got the VIX below 16 most of this morning so far. So back to did I say regular market? I still like the longs here.
Yeah.
If I wasn't in a position already with a runner, I'd be looking to get into a long.
You blink and you're in the green.
Always add.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where to go. All right. Well, with that being said, let you guys manage these trades. Let's see how this thing plays out because we got to bring in Topstep TV tip of the week, which is, stay informed indeed. Stay updated on market news and developments. Well, that's why you tune into Topstep TV. Be aware of economic indicators and earnings reports. That's why you tune into Topstep TV. Monitor changes in market sentiment. That's why we got trading buddies like a Dakota, like a Hogue, like a Jack. Perhaps
Andre.
Bring your perspective. If you weren't paying attention, you missed something, you didn't see something. That's what your trading buddies for. Again, Topstep TV tip of the week. We'll bring a new one. Well, bring you 52 of them throughout the year.
52 of them.
This is. These markets are different this time around. It's we're just yeah.
So it just kind of rejected right at the low of that range we had earlier. See if we can get back.
When it was selling off, when Dale was on, was it smooth to the downside or was it wicky as well? Look at the chart.
It was pretty smooth, but it wasn't like super chaotic sell off or something like that. But it was pretty consistently selling off.
And
SpaceX still chilling at 209.
And Q.
I might check out those options after lunch.
Starting to drag value lower.
Yeah.
Cautious with the longs. You got little risk on it, so you're good.
I got no risk on it, essentially.
Yeah,
no risk. All right. Even better.
What's that wick doing? It's tough to get a read on these. Tough to get a read on these markets.
Adding right here
to the longs.
Yeah. I think I might just let this trade play out. This runner, since I already taken profit, I would consider adding down at this same level, depending on how the market reacts. Because if we react again, I mean, you're just going back to the same trade.
Much for the longs.
Yeah.
He was trying to work its way lower here, but it's definitely not a straight line. Yes, holding up. Hogue, you were saying this. You said pause on the longs. Might get a better price.
Been holding that like pretty much exactly that 76.12 for now.
Rollover.
Is that what this is?
Rollover doing rollover things.
What do we got for the old Delta, Hogue? Just what we got for Delta June? What do you got Delta for June and Delta for SEP if you have it?
All right. Well, June is positive 3,300. September is negative 3,400. Tell me that's
that's roll. That's roll. That's exactly what that is.
So yeah, it does blur things a little bit, you know. I mean, I don't hate the longs in the S&Ps. Not a fan of longs in the Nasdaq. So they're pointing different directions. But if I'm looking at what I'm trading, I like the longs in the ES.
Longs in ES, not so much, and Q. Okay. 50 on the tilt. We have top of the hour in
Yeah.
10 minutes, 10 minutes to the top of the hour.
It's a hard
I
thing to
missed the
say.
ad
Values
here in
moving
the
lower,
NASDAQ.
controls moving lower.
Yeah, that was the ad. It was
It was on
definitely
the
an ad.
ad, yeah.
Was it? Or is
Yeah.
this just
It's
Yeah,
talk.
I think
We'll see. It hasn't worked yet.
it was a cheap ad, right? Because I'm not taking the full risk. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'll just let it play out.
And I'm seeing shorts. I gotta.
Yeah, we got a nice 30-point bounce off my
Just like
entry.
that.
That's
Just
what I would be
like-
looking for.
Yeah.
Just casual 30
September
point.
delta in the NASDAQ, negative 3,600. June, negative 600.
Kidding.
Okay.
Session lows in the NQ. Looking at 30,591. Session
Yeah.
highs. We did get up to what? 889s, 30,889. So 300-point range so far. ES holding bid. A little bit better, like Hogue was saying, than the NQ. And crude oil.
We keep seeing crude oil moving lower too. That might add a bit under these equities as well, huh?
Would think one would think, right?
Yeah, I got a little FOMO on
This is a
that
tough
one.
spot here.
In which market, Hogue? Both
Both.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we seeing in anything happening in the bonds? 10-year. What's going on in 10-year? 10-year range bound right now.
Yeah, 4.95 yield the 30-year, 4.5 10-year, 4.06 2-year.
Okay.
Pushback here.
Yeah.
It is wiki. What's the NQ going to do? This 5-minute candle, we're looking at a 50, 60 point range in this 5-minute. Very wiki.
We might consolidate here for a minute.
I'm thinking we might go back to the old, yep. And we got to change. We got to change, shift gears in real time here. That's one of the trickiest parts of trading, understanding and seeing what kind of market we were selling off, right? We're trending lower. And now, like Dakota said, we might be seeing some consolidation where we sit in range. ES is like, nope. Yeah, ES.
Towards a little bit of FOMO on I shoulda, woulda, coulda added.
Well, ES
Me too.
Well, Dakota, I mean, we're still below the initial bounce low in the NASDAQ. It's been keeping that as resistance, at least for now.
Yeah, I don't mind if we break through new session lows. That makes me feel a little bit better, right? Oh, okay. Glad I didn't add. But
When you get
I would have already been
stopped.
taking profit. Like these are some decent sized moves. Like these are 40 points up and down.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Dakota. If you get stopped out, you want to be wrong, not just wrong, but like really wrong. Like the market just completely just goes the other way.
Not where it just hits your stop and then reverses. I think I'm going to bail out here.
It's NQ.
I'm going to get out for
NQ.
Break even on this last one and call that a good trade. Up $4,500.
Agree.
That'll do it.
4,500.
Oh, you saw what happened there in the NQ.
Yeah, IB low is resistance.
So
for all you IB haters out there.
I know.
They got the lows now.
Anything up on
the
the calendar?
memory
Nothing.
stock.
Yeah, how they
Kind of
looking?
Around.
And it's
Semiconductors
supporting
too.
AES, at least for now.
Oh man.
Take out the lows.
And wants to go. And Q trying to figure its way right now. All right, here's a new 5 minutes. It's gonna go. It's looking red. Yes, holding bid right now. Nope, and still selling coming in. Still 50-50 on the tilt across the board.
Yeah, now it's a sell.
There we go.
Oh,
Maybe
Is it?
IB people.
IB
name of the
indeed.
game
Hogue.
today is trade location.
I want to take this NQ 30,600 now trading.
Yeah, we'll lose it. I just added one IB, but we'll probably get stopped out for break even these last.
The lows in and no lows are.
Show me the will. Show me a way.
Do we make new lows? Do we make new lows? Not yet. Those in the chat saying lows are not in. We got getting close to the NQES. Still got some room to go.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Take me.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, we made $50.
Okay.
Let's get through these lows. I like
Oh,
to
then
see
here come the buyers. And the buyers step right back in there. Buyers,
Oh,
yes.
so close.
Just saying not so fast. Oh boy.
Don't move your stops. We'll see if that's correct or not.
Markets are tricky right now.
Jesus.
Oh, you see
Record
that one?
SpaceX isn't in the indices. I don't know why it would sell because SpaceX sells. It could do whatever.
Where's NQ want to go next? NQ got within a couple points of session lows, like 8-9 points, and then the buyers just jumped right back in. Are they going to do the same here?
if we're playing for consolidation, it's
Crazy.
buy low.
They might. I'm going to get out of these shorts.
This is crazy.
Oh shit. Let's see. Dakota, what do you think? Longer shorts here, right around the session lows. NQ.
I'm leaning long towards this lower level,
Mhm.
like I did earlier, because these lower 600s I'm viewing as support. If we break through it, if we start to break through this, I'd like to see 540s. But right now I'm looking at consolidation, and the way you play consolidation is buy low, sell high.
Might be.
You gotta have the fortitude.
You're going to take
to
heat.
buy down here at these
Yeah.
lows.
Be
Yeah.
prepared to take heat.
3 minutes till 10 o'clock. We may
Uh-oh.
see some.
Yeah.
We may see some information here.
What are you looking for?
hawking them. Well, I want to see any executions that happen in the next 3 to 5 minutes. If we see buyers coming in the S&Ps, that's telling us that there's longer time frame buyers down here. We really just have to watch the price action. The fact that we're so close to the initial balance low kind of heightens that as well. You know, where does this 30-minute bar close? Inside, above the initial balance low, below it? Do we see some good price action, pushing price to close it to a certain level? And all of these things might give us a clue as to where this market is going to head for the rest of the day. So I'm watching carefully right now. It may not tell us anything, but
No, it may
it
not.
seems like there's a little bit of rock fight going on here, and the next few minutes may tell us.
And Q keeps tapping on the 30,600 is the line in the sand right now. We're beneath it.
Break 'em.
30,000.
There we go.
New session lows. New session lows, or those stops getting popped.
Let's see how we react. Let's see if we get to
Yeah.
540s.
40s, new lows, and Q on the day. 30,582 be that price. ES still not session lows. Dow comfortably just about 100 points off, all-time highs. Looks like we are continuing
Let's see
to sell
540s.
off. ES not quite there. Anything
See,
in the
this
lag?
selling coming in is telling us something.
Mm-hmm. It looks like
Get short.
we're about
Is it telling us to get short?
probably no failed downside auction.
No.
Initial balance slow. Initial balance low. That's a nice entry. Hogue, you were saying it. Perhaps some resistance up there. All right, Dakota, let's go. And we're flat right now. Top of the hour hit, about to hit in about 20 seconds. You like room to the downside? What's that price?
Yeah, I
you
like
had your eye on?
540s. Yep, 540s for me is. But we're rejecting.
Jax, you're flat.
Flat.
Okay, what's this? And there's your top of the hour. All right, Hogue, top of the hour hit. What's
So no failed downside auction. We're watching this price action. It's right here at the IB low.
ES 7612.
Very close,
13
though.
straight.
Very close.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't even close below that. That's just a pure rejection. So
Yeah.
range trade still into play up to 680s.
Tricky right now,
I
dude.
want to see 540s come in. Doesn't look like
A 40-point bounce. 40-point bounce in the NQ. We are
I'm
seeing
long
a little
6
bit of some buying in the crude off the lows now, about by 20, 30 cents, $77.17 last trade in crude. All right, everyone's flat. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Dr. Volatility. James, come on in here. Got some announcements. We got some news. Oh, we got Michael B on the other side of this. What's up, James?
Absolutely. What's up, everybody? Hello, how we doing? I'm here to talk to you about everything related to Topstep and Topstep TV, and that includes plugging the Reddit again for a second day. If you're tired of hearing me talk about it, too bad, because I'm here to tell you all about the Topstep official subreddit community, Topstep Community. You can find it at r/Topstep Community, and it is the new virtual trading floor. Join us to talk shop with other traders. You can rant about Topstep. You can rave about Topstep, put in product requests, features, talk about your trades, talk about strategies. I saw conversations going on about API in there last night. You can truly find anything you want to talk about over on the Reddit. Go ahead and follow us on Reddit if you're not doing so already. We're going to drop the link in the chat. And if you haven't heard of Reddit, it's essentially the front page of the internet. Open it up every day to get caught up in what's going on in the world, and open it up to join in on the conversation over on the Topstep community subreddit. All of us are in there. Hogue is in there. Andre's in there. Jack, you name it. We're all going to be in there. We have it on our schedules. So be sure to follow us, because you never know who you might interact with in the subreddit. We took over YouTube. Now we're looking to take over Reddit. So we'll see you there. Go ahead and give us a follow today. Then once you're done doing that, be sure to come back, because it's group coaching time. That's right. We got a nifty new graphic. Look at it, all green and shiny. And the whole point of this graphic is to let you know that we are looking for your questions. If you have a trading question, if you have a psychology question, if you have a question on music, then Hogue has your answers. Join Hogue, Hoop, and Coach Ray at 12 p.m. Central Time today for group coaching as they go through all of our viewer-submitted questions. Now, you may be wondering, how do I get my question in front of Hogue's eyes? Well, dear viewer, I'll tell you the best way to do it is by clicking on the link that is soon to be pinned in chat, and this is where you go to submit your group coaching question. Fill out the form, click the submit button, and then be back in your seat by 12 p.m. Central Time to catch group coaching, because you never know if you might learn a thing or two during group coaching. So show up, take notes, bring an apple, and Hogue prefers Granny Smith. So go ahead and check that out. Then, before we go back to the charts with Michael B and the rest of the guys, I have some terrible, heartbreaking news, as it looks like someone has finally out Pizza the Hut. Pizza Hut is being sold for $2.7 billion. Private equity firm Long Range Capital is buying the majority of the chain from Yum Brands, excluding its restaurants in China. Those locations are being acquired by Yum China Holdings in a separate deal. The sale follows years of financial struggles for the pizza giant, which has been losing out to rivals like Domino's and third-party delivery apps. Earlier this year, Pizza Hut announced the closure of 250 U.S. locations. The deal also cuts the chain's decades-long ties to other brands owned by Yum, Taco Bell, and KFC.
Bam. And we are back. Look at that. Adding a fifth there, lower left-hand corner. Michael B in the house. What is up, Michael? Our markets are moving. How you navigate this?
Pizza Hut, $2 billion. That seems like so cheap compared to what the number's been thrown around lately.
Yeah, compared to SpaceX, yeah.
Love it.
And we're going to be Tech 10 now, right?
We're adding more.
we got to coin a new name.
Yes. Once they get included in the index, I believe they'll be in the NASDAQ like July 6th. Yeah, it'll be like the 11 or something like that.
Yeah.
Go.
This is crazy. Crazy stuff. I'm in a position. I'm long from 35.87.
35.
At the bottom, I saw it firming up, and I got stopped out, lost $300, but I had a good cushion from a good trade this morning. And
What market
I'm
are
at
you in?
about-
Sorry, you're long. What products?
I'm long Nasdaq, 3 micros from 3587.
Oh, 30,000. Oh, okay. 30,587. That works.
I am
Yeah, I
also
saw
long
it
the
firm
Nasdaq.
up, and then I kind of saw a double bounce, but it flushed through that bounce from that previous low. That stopped me out for a loss of 300. And then it bounced again, or at least some buying came in, so I gave it another shot, and it looks like I got a good entry, and I'll just wait for this to hit my TP at $600. Looks like
Just
Nice. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I'm long 3 from 611. So we
Okay.
are seeing the same thing here.
Michael B, I was just going to ask,
That's
was
pretty
that the
good entry
first
there, Michael.
long is that the first long you took? Was that the first shot getting long, but you said you got stopped out, you managed your risk and then got back in?
Yeah, I had a good trade earlier on a good bounce, and I played it aggressive on this combine. So I was up 2,000, and then it flushed pretty hard, and I saw it starting to firm up. I took a shot at it, got stopped out. With this action, I'm following my stops pretty closely, probably too closely, but I have no problem getting back in. I'm one of those traders that if I get trapped and I'm losing money, I tend to move my stop and I'll freeze and then I lose way more than I should. So I've been, especially in the Nasdaq right now, I'll stop out. And I know there's a conversation about break even or no break even. I'm a break even trader, especially if I take a little off the table. If I take 50% off, I'll immediately move to break even. And if I stop out and it firms up and it begins to reverse again, I'll get right back in. But I do not like getting trapped, especially in a pretty hard flush, or if I'm short in a rally and short squeeze, because hours of work can go away within a couple of minutes, and that is no bueno.
Yeah, not fun.
I love that. It's always cheaper to get out and back in than to wait and hold to see if it turns back around.
Ain't that the
Yeah, and
truth?
I always used to. So right now, I'm in love with this position because I'm right at the bottom, and I just love looking at it.
Hello, my guy.
I feel you.
But what happens is I'll protect it. So if I stop out, then I'm afraid to get back in because I don't have as good of an entry as I did before. Well, who cares, honestly? If I give up 10 points of an entry, it looks like it's going to try to get. Well, yeah, I'll say it below the low, but it's insurance. I've had so many times where I'd lose money that I didn't need to if I had just kept my stop where it needed to be. It's that one lucky hit where you move your stop and it doesn't hit your stop and then it just races to your TP and you win. You tend to remember those, which is a dangerous thing.
Bad habits.
Yeah. Lucky hits generate bad habits.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yep.
All right. Be consolidating here. Michael B, question. Talking about the break-even discussion. For those that are wondering, what is that discussion? What do you mean by that? Break-even.
Yeah, there was a poll a couple of days ago, and it seems to slip into the coaching session to break even or not to break even. Some people will say, hey, just let it breathe. I think it's situational. I'm looking at, since the open, 11 70.3 minute candles in the NQ. And depending upon your position size, man, if you're buying into momentum or buying into, I don't know, trading for as long as I have. It was only 4 years ago when Nasdaq was $11,000. Yeah, at 11,000. So 1 point move was 100 points. or 1% move was 100 points. The volatility and the candles are only going to get bigger the higher the price goes. And we've got SpaceX jumping forward, Anthropic. I think I may not trade NQ anymore. Just MNQ.
I'm with you. MNQ. It's liquid. It's
There's plenty of money to be made in 10 micros and scale in and scale out. Plenty.
Slippage.
Love it. Yes.
And same with, so I'm a silver trader. I do not trade the SI contract anymore. There's no need. It is way too big of a contract for how big these moves are. It wasn't more than a year ago when 30 cents of a move in silver was a great day. Now it's $3.
Oh yeah, we talk about this all the time, because we haven't changed the number of contracts you can trade for each level in the trading combine, but the exposure is huge, right? 4 years ago, like you said, if you were trading 15 NQ, that was 15 NQ. It was still a big position. Now, if you're trading 15 NQ, that's the equivalent of trading 45 NQ just 4 years ago. It's a massive nominal position in the futures.
Or during events like this spring, right, in silver, when we were seeing $3 moves in 5 minutes, and the exposure is absolutely wild.
And it was so thin too. It's so thin.
The bid and ask was like a DLL for most.
Pretty much. Let's take a look here. All right, we might be consolidating just a bit. Also, we bottom of the hour, we have the Euro close. That's in 18 minutes, and pinned to the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching with Hogue, Ray, Hoop. That'll be at noon Central.
I took some of my profit there at the 650s again. I still have 2 long from 611.
I'm going to see if this respects the Topstep pivot point. If it goes below it, we might be putting in another low. No, it's looking like it might bounce off of it. It's early to tell. I think also with this volatility, it's making it tougher and tougher for the scalpers. Being a recovering scalper myself.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? How so? Are we all scalpers, Michael? In a sense?
That's a good question. There's a sniper and a scalper, and then a day trader.
Okay.
Maybe you could put those in categories. I would be in and out of a position within 10 seconds, maybe 20 seconds. My average hold time was under a minute. And I'd have a couple of weeks, a few weeks of just green days. And it was that one or two trades. I get trapped and I average in and add to a loser. The moron trade, as Hogue likes to say. And I'd give up a week's worth of profit or 2 weeks worth of profit in one day. And actually, Dakota, I'm glad you're on, because my trading, I turned it completely around by watching you. Sizing down and zooming out. You were trading the Nikkei a lot when I was really following you, and I couldn't understand. We were both in the top 10 there for a while as life traders a couple of years ago, and you had a 33% win rate, and I had a 70% win rate, and I'm like, how's he kicking my butt so bad? This is crazy on a 30% win rate. Well, you're
not moving to stop.
He knew when to stop. Yeah, he knew where to put stops, but his wins were gigantic.
Man, that's a throwback. It's been a minute since I traded the Nikkei. Yeah, every night during slow markets, I was trading the Nikkei, and it was providing some great risk reward, which allowed me to have such a low win percentage, like you're saying, where emotionally it sucks losing that much. You're losing 70% of the time. But then you just have to have that confidence to hold on to a winner and just let it run. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I love hearing that. That's basically, I mean, that is what I'm here for. Love seeing it. A lot of traders that I talk to have very similar stories where you said a recovering scalper, which is funny because I see it very often. High win percentage, but then those small percentage of losses wipe out the majority of the profits, and then the detriment it is on your psyche. It's hard to recover from that.
Yeah.
Well, one
Dakota,
of our
you're here to
favorite things. What's up?
No, I'll say Dakota says he's here for that. Dakota, you're here to make money. Come on, let's be honest. You're here to
No,
get paid.
hey,
We're here to buy low, sell high.
No. Money's a byproduct of providing value to society. We're seeing that through Elon Musk, I think, right here.
I'm messing with you. Go ahead,
Speaking
Jack.
of providing money to society, Hoop was telling me, and this is one of my favorite things, new S&P targets, Wells Fargo. And when I want to know what's really going down, I look to see what Wells Fargo is saying. They raised their 2026 year-end target range for the S&P to 7,800 to 8,000. It was previously 7,400 to 7,600. And they also came out with a 2027 year target that you'll never believe is just 7% above the target for year end 26. They're looking for 8,600 to 8,800. Bold claims, Wells Fargo.
Dale had 8,000 by year end. Dale, they are one-upping you to say the least. Good. Okay, actually, let's take a look at our live funded leaders. See who is capturing some of this opportunity. Okay, Bob up $17,000. Great job. Oh, my guy KB up already almost $11,000. KB, job well done. A little modest there on the leaderboard. We'll keep an eye on those names and P&Ls throughout the day. And 17 and 11,000. That's pretty damn good.
Those
very good
numbers are indicative of it's a pretty tough trading day.
100% Hogue. 100%. The ES. ES chopping around here. Arranged for the last 30 minutes or so.
This looks tired. It looks like it's going to go one more level down.
In the NQ?
Trying, but it's not busting through.
This is a decent sized range.
It's all become very indecisive to me here.
Yes, it has.
Hanging around the overnight lows. In the ES at least.
It's a
look at this
40-point range of the NASDAQ.
Yeah, what do you got, Michael?
I just love how it respects the pivot points. Flushing through, so that's going to give me some alarm. Watch this. Who's dumping? Nvidia looks like it's selling, and Tesla is selling.
Do we go back to the well here and Q 30,600?
Buyers are coming up there.
Play the range.
This is the lower end of the range.
Yep. Got to turn the range traders, boys.
Yep.
Higher low.
Chance.
Okay, I'm adding there.
Yeah, what price?
I'm 3 from 612.
612. Okay. Last trade 30,614. ES in a range as well. 8-9 point range. Brand around what 76.18 or so lower, around 76.08. Go sevens. And Q beneath now. And Q beneath 30,600.
Back to Ivy low in the ES.
Yeah.
Been saying that a lot.
I'll add again if we reject this. If we find buyers,
we
push it
haven't
back up above 600.
Or we haven't seen the initial balance low is the NASDAQ. We left single prints below it. Value is moving lower. Points control moving lower.
What's that telling you? Oh, what's
Sellers are winning. At least for now.
Look at the next pivot point. It's all the way down at 3,300. Is that? Could we see a gap fill? I was thinking with SpaceX we would not fill this gap, but a chart's a chart, and gaps usually fill. Not that it would fill today, but that was an amazing open Sunday night. That's for sure.
What price would be the gap fill in NQ?
Well, if you go 50% to that open, we're at 3,150.
150s. Okay, it's about 400 points lower. 400 points lower. NQ seeing some more selling.
On the chart, we discussed like the first thing I discussed yesterday morning when we came on was how I was not going to short at all yesterday. The reason being we had a huge gap up. We had the news and there's going to be a lot of forced buying throughout the day. Leveraged ETFs, for instance. And now that's passed, is there a bigger sort of sell the news? I don't see any huge move happening one way or the other today simply because we have the Fed meeting tomorrow. So people won't want to get off sides of that. Big news event.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm open to shorts today.
Open for business.
Nice. Yeah. Buyers are defending. Buyers are continuing to try to defend these 30,600s. We're beneath it right now, but we did see a pop there. What you added?
Yeah, I'm gonna bail out. I don't like they tried to push it back above 600 and they're continuing to fail to hold above it. So yeah, I'm gonna get out of this one.
I'm gonna keep my stop where it is. I'd like to bail too, but it's only gonna cost me $100 to stay in.
Okay, I'm short. I got short, but I know the buyers are working right around the corner. New session lows.
Ooh, it missed me.
Session lows NQ. 30,558. Yeah, price. ES still staying, not made new session lows, 4 points away. Buyers are always right around the corner. We got 8 minutes. 8 minutes till the Euro close.
I've been stopped out and I've missed my TP so many times over the last 10 days by a tick. So if this does the same, it looks like it's going to do the same. So I'm out now.
Okay.
And now it bounces.
Got this semiconductor index down 3% now. Got Intel down 6%. AMD down 4.4. After being positive earlier, SanDisk down 3.4. Micron is down nearly 4%.
Interesting, because Dow is rallying. NQ making new lows.
Yeah, they don't have that.
Nope.
They don't have those. They don't have that smoke.
Jeez.
Yeah, man, these shorts, Hogue. Sometimes they pay. Sometimes you take
just getting ripped though. Like it puts in a new low and then they just rip into it. Buy it
trust me,
higher.
I know. Yep.
It's so choppy here.
Short for 559.
I don't want to short, but there's a lot of room to go down.
Michael, good job not moving your stop.
Thank you.
All right, more selling here. New lows and Q.
Here's these 540s.
Oh, shit.
See how we react around this level.
Every time you make new lows, buyers step in. Might be short covering. Yes, holding.
Yeah, this is kind of that level I was looking at earlier.
You said 540s. Yep.
So that's kind of the
540s.
example. I mean, we were saying points control moving lower, value moving lower, sellers are winning, and they're still winning so far.
They're not making it easy, that's for sure.
No,
Michael, you
they
flat?
are certainly not making.
I'm flat.
Certainly not making it easy.
Gold seeing a little downtick. See what this 5 minute brings.
Long from 56. Long from 56, Andre.
Long, okay, 1 for 5, 6, 30,000. 556. And Dow.
540s is what I was looking for.
Dow continuing to find some more buyers. Dow closing in back in on new all-time highs. About 40 points to go. Last trade in the Dow, 52,495.
How many you long, Dakota?
Long 6 from 556.
6, 556.
556. What we got?
It's your kicks
en route
at 556.
I like it.
I'll try along if it breaks that pivot point.
Okay.
I'm going to stay out. And
what price is that, Michael?
The pivot point is sitting at 30,616 right now.
616. Okay. Last trade 56559. Oh man.
I was expecting a little bit of a treasure map bounce, but it didn't give it to us. So I feel like I missed the entry for the short. So I don't want to get chopped up.
Yes.
But
yes.
It's selling.
Yes, still staying bid. Well,
Yeah,
that's, I mean, it's closing in on session lows here.
We're not seeing the same reaction when we got to that first level of resistance up there at those 620s. This one's just blowing through it right now.
Sellers mean business here. NQ, new session lows, 30,518, now 515s, now 514s.
Oh, I missed Broadcom. Broadcom's selling pretty hard.
The whole
out of this.
AI complex is selling off today versus some of the other things. I mean, like some that have been beaten down, like Google's up, but yeah, you got Micron down 4%, Nvidia down 1.6. You got Broadcom down 3.5. You got what is it? AMD down 4.7.
No.
Well, semiconductor index down 3.75% now.
London close, 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes till London close. NQ seeing some continued selling here. NQ down about 120 points in the last 15 minutes or so. Just put in new lows. 30,513 half. Yes.
Yeah, we held those 540s for a second, and we're breaking through them. Can we go down to those 390s?
Oh boy.
This is starting to feel like that Friday. This is starting to feel like that Friday a little bit.
Go back to 5,000 tick. There we go.
It's going. ES still got a point and a half to go. For sessional ES trading 76.05. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X and Q. It's very thin NQ. Yes, hold. London close, 90 seconds. 90 seconds till London close. We'll see what that brings here.
A little bit of bounce off 500.
Yes. ES is very thin too, Andre. Probably.
What do you,
probably roll over.
What are you seeing on the bid and ask?
30,
here.
40, 60, 20, 30, 40, 30, 40. Nothing huge. There was some size on the offer up near the highs. I don't think that ever got filled. I think they ended up canceling them.
Seven
just no real, nothing major. Yeah. Yep.
It's basically what I'm looking for. That using that level 2 data, big order does come in there. Will that put the brakes? Like for instance, if bid comes in, yes, or NQ more so. Will the market run away from it? And that put a potential support. But we'll see. All right, 20 seconds here till the London close.
Buyer sure stepped in at 500.
This thing goes red. This thing, okay. If this thing goes red, 5 seconds. And we close. All right. Buyers giving it a shot.
Boy, it's tempting to get in right now.
Get into what? Long or short?
Long.
Staying short. Okay.
Early. Could be just short covering too.
Well, with that being said, shoot, you got to get ready for morning highlights. We're going to see you in group coaching as well. So, Sick, give us a couple of words. That was fast. That went quick. And fantastic stuff today. And then we'll see you at the top of the hour.
Thanks, Andre. Hey, Dakota. Michael, good job not moving your stop. Proud of you.
Thanks, Hope.
Jack, good to see everybody. It's good to be back. I'll see you in just a little while for the morning highlights. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching.
That's right.
Get those questions in. See you in a few.
Thank you, Hogue. All right. Let's take a look at the prices. See a little bit of buyers. Well, speaking of buyers, Dow continuing to push higher here. 20 points from new all-time highs. That being said, Jack.
Yes, sir.
We missed your nuggets and tidbits. It's something I yearn for. That's still that June stat. I mean, just can't get that out of my head. What do you have for us today? Absolutely.
Oh, I got a few little tidbits. Let's see what we got. Such a smiley guy in that picture. I love when we can get new acronyms. Got this from Wall Street Bet. Are y'all ready? After a few more IPOs, we can have mangoes. Meta, Anthropic, NVIDIA, Google, OpenAI, and SpaceX.
Wow.
I am ready
Wow.
for mangoes. Speaking
of
the S in mangoes stands for SpaceX. So let's talk about this. We've already discussed today how it surpassed Amazon for market cap. Let me check right now on old SpaceX. Where are we trading at the moment? SpaceX is trading 213. So currently 2.8 trillion in market cap. So let's talk about this a little bit. I saw a tweet that kind of got at my thoughts, and then I will discuss it. That it's not buying SpaceX the company, but only 5% that is liquidly tradable. So maybe think about it like a magic box or a crypto token or something like that, where it can go anywhere. But once again, I can't emphasize enough, it is only 5% of the free float that is available. So we can take that tweet down because I want to talk about what that means a little bit and the lockout schedule coming. Mm-hmm. So for about the important dates coming up are that July 6th, I believe it will be included in the NASDAQ 100. Now, there was some controversy because there used to be a rule that said you needed to have at least 10% of your float out to be included in the NASDAQ. And they changed it specifically for not OpenAI, maybe them too eventually, but specifically for SpaceX. So it's entering the index and has a lot less free float. Here's what's coming, though. Okay. Starting in 70 days, I can't share this, but like in 70 days will be the first time that we will see some of the shares unlocked. 7% of restricted shares, okay? But the big date is September 2nd is their Q2 earnings. It's right before Labor Day, so I believe it's not until September 8th. At that time, up to 20% of eligible restricted shares can be sold. Then again, at 90 days, which is September 10th, 105 days, which is September 25th, all the way out to a Q3 unlock. Basically, by the end of this year, there's going to be a lot more supply coming in, like more than is currently available to trade. So what does that mean? I have no idea what it would do, or else I'd be a billionaire. But I just want everyone out there to know what you are buying if you buy SpaceX right now. And it's a little like Dale talked about earlier. They're waiting for a better price. The supply is kind of artificially constrained right now. And there's a lot more supply coming. And people will be selling. So how it gets absorbed will be very important. But come September, it's coming.
September.
And that's your tidbits for today.
So September would be, okay. This one's different. What did you say SpaceX is trading right now?
SpaceX is trading $214.50, which is the equivalent of $2.8 trillion in market cap, making it bigger than Amazon.
Yeah. Last night during slow markets, we was at $3 trillion. It pumped up to like 220s, 228.
Right. I guess what I don't want to see people do is like buy a huge dip in. So the Q2 earnings in early September are really when a lot of that supply lockout will come online.
Mhm.
So depending on how it trades before then, I mean, at some point there'll be a dip, but just I would be careful. Like, do whatever you want. You're all adults, but like, people were razzing me about like my Sox puts. Those are like 1% of my portfolio because I know they're probably not going to hit. It's like insurance, right?
Yep.
I just would avoid going all in on something where there's only 5% of the float unlocked at the moment.
September is when the supply hits. Okay. While we're doing that, Dow YM new all-time highs. New all-time highs in the YM 52,541. Again, Dow more sensitive to energy, crude oil prices.
Isn't it nice though? Isn't it really like considerate of them that all of us? That's the other thing. All of us are going to be buying SpaceX, although they're not going to be included in the S&P 500, but
Yeah,
that
we
they're
are. We will be.
including them in the Nasdaq before the supply unlocks. That's cool. Super cool.
They're going, yeah, it's going to crush. Incredible. Elon, 2 companies in the top 10 for market cap.
Trillionaire.
No big deal. All right, let's crude again. New lows crude $76.65. All right, Michael B. What's the read here? Are the lows
I
in,
took
or is there more room to the
a bit of a
downside?
risk on a long.
You're in.
I'm in at 562 Nasdaq. I have a buy order at 523, coming back down, but a bunch of the indices started buying, and there was buying in metals. And when money starts coming into metals and the indices, I took a shot at the NQ. That's why I got in, but my stop is just below the low.
Session lows NQ. What is that? 30,500.
Not an A+ setup, but it's got to bounce at some point.
What's ES? ES holding. ES has been in the range. Did extend a little lower, but currently trading 76.11. Coda, did you get all those longs? You still holding it?
No, I'm still holding from these 540s. I like these 540s. This is a very similar setup to you, Michael. But not looking too hot, man. Not looking too hot for the longs trying to buy these areas of support.
Yeah, the way
These are days I take my losses, but that's just part of trading.
I guess London close came and went about 8 minutes ago. Jack, what would we be looking for? Perhaps some profit taking, some buyers to step in. ES, NQ, and the Dow are got 3 different situations going on. Dow making new all-time highs. NASDAQ continuing to sell off, and ES a bit of a range. We're kind of like a 30-point range today.
I think you're right about the idea of profit taking because those 3 indices, if we go further back, they diverge quite a bit. The Nasdaq has gone far higher. There's, in fact, today it's a lot of the high flyers that are getting sold off. The stocks have been way up. As I said, we're down 4% in semiconductors. Yeah, I see that as probably profit taking. We have the Fed announcement tomorrow. If I were sitting on 3,800% gains in like SanDisk or something, yeah, maybe I trim a little bit.
New lows NQ. New highs Dow. Flat
for me.
New lows NQ 30,485. Session lows there. Dow new all-time highs. YM I should say 52,542. Crude new session lows $76.57. Gold been in this range. We're talking about a $10 range low around 43.40 in gold and upper end of 43.50 for the last hour or so.
Otter's actually pretty thin.
What's that?
Mhm.
Sorry.
There's not a lot of orders that are giving us any ideas on either ES or NQ on the ladder or book map. It seems pretty thin. Like if this needs to flush more, I mean, this could really go. 500 sure seems like an attractive level to buy, though, but that isn't the way to trade just because I like the number.
Just
75.95 in the ES, which is my 75.25 in the futures, is maybe I'm looking for like where are comfortable places to maybe land this ship before FOMC tomorrow. The two that jump out is 75.25 SPX and 7500 SPX if we start selling off. I really don't see, absent some kind of unforeseen circumstances or news, that we make a huge move the day before the FOMC.
any cases for the shorts for sure? ES again.
Not that
ES.
gap.
It's what gap's about 350 points lower.
Yeah, it's possible.
Anything's possible. I mean, you could play the range trade into a short. You look at the top of these, we've had 1, 2, 3, 15-minute bars in a row that kind of topped out just above this. This options level is kind of gone, this 75.45, but it was the overnight lows too. It's right around, we spent a ton of time around here today, right around the IB low in the ES. Short's got to really work to get my attention, right? Been a very bad thing to do. And I was out last week when it actually sold off.
Yeah, NQ's starting to, new lows. NQ, ES, not quite there. You're in Dakota?
No, I'm flat.
This is just the
Fortunate.
song here.
I was out of town too, Andre, so I didn't cover some of those widely reviled puts I had on, and I was like, looking while on vacation a little bit, seeing some of those market down days. I thought for sure at that point we were going to like back test 7,000 in the SPX, and I felt like that eastbound and down clip with the I feel 10 foot tall with the strength of an ox, and like 100%. I was ready to come in and give it. And then by the time I was on Fast Markets Monday, we gapped up. It's all over.
They were talking about you in the chat. Jack, it's finally happening. It's finally happening. Is this a meltdown? Question mark.
No, this is nothing so far.
It's a SpaceX party hangover.
Is that what this is?
Okay. It's
Jameson
in the market the last couple days.
A little bit of a pullback.
Yeah.
It's actually healthy. Unlike the past few months where it was just green every single day.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
We went through 2 months where we would, on bad or on news, we'd go down 0.5%. On good, we'd go up 2%. We did that 10 times, and then we gapped up on like, what's the final resolution? So maybe there is a hangover there of like sell the news. Like in my mind, it's like the only news that can come out of that now is bad news. It's like the other way. They have a deal.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I got short. Started to feel like I short the NQ, that is, but ES still cannot make new session lows. Get within a couple points there. We got a little pullback off those all-time highs in the Dow, the YM, about 30 points, but crude selling off. Dow, new highs, and Q selling off. New lows there. Tell you what, though. Let's see what those P&Ls and payouts are looking like from our live funded traders. So who do we bring in? None other than Mr. JD. JD, come on in. Let's take a look at some of those P&Ls and payouts. What's up, man?
Let's do it. We got live funded payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. Top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. As always, we will start with the P&Ls. There they are. We mentioned this name during the live leaders drop-ins quite a bit yesterday. Dorotea closed out the day with $25,311 in profit, trading the NASDAQ. Dorothea's got over $60,000 in payouts already this year. Big year for Dorothy. Garrett, $23,027 trading the ES in a 150K live funded account. Also turned around and took a $25,000 payout late last week. Huang, 16,726 trading on 150K account in the NASDAQ. Just starting this live account at the end of May, and he's already put together a nice string of winners and $24,000 in payouts in just a few short weeks. Caesar, 14,261 in a 50K live funded account, trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. First winning day in the live funded account for Caesar. Way to go. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again on here. Roland, 12,368 in a 50K live funded account, trading the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ. Also first winning day in the live funded account. Two rookies in the LFA and putting up huge winning days. First winning days, I should say. Big shout out to all these guys. All right, payout numbers. Here they are. Yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts. Up at the top, Lucas. We mentioned Lucas yesterday. Closed out last week with a nice $27,000 winning day on Friday. Turned around, requested a $59,000 payout that hit his account yesterday. Big week for Lucas. Chris also 57,667. Andre 56,816. Eddie 40,161. And Benjamin R rounds out the top 5, $24,300 in payouts. What's the total, you ask? $238,000. $238,344 coming from our top 5 live funded payouts yesterday.
Beautiful.
Pretty impressive stuff. Back to you guys.
Well done, Andre. From one Andre to another. I'm like, oh, that'd be nice if I was up there. All right, ES, new lows. ES 7,600 even would be that price. Same with the NQ new lows. Was that 30,419?
We're going.
Andre, did I hear you took a short?
I've been short for a while. Yeah, a few of them along the way here. This one's from 422.
Tearing it up over here.
This is last one for 422 is looking like ES finally caught up to the sell off. 75.99 new lows in the ES. So we get the gap in sights. It's
looking closer.
It is hard to find a bid. Selling is accelerating. Crude, a bit of an uptick here. 20 cents off the lows in crude oil. Ooh, what was that? What just changed?
A little bit of a wiggle.
Yeah, some buyers may have come in and lifted.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'm kind of curious what happens in the next few minutes after that wiggle.
It looks like it's time to sell some more.
390s, 380s could come into play right here.
Yeah, short more.
See what I said. I loved. Was really attracted to that 500 level. I wanted to long it, but just because I like 500 doesn't mean I should.
Well, see what he wants to do with the 400. It's got to 30,407.
Once again, for what we call it, for perspective, we're just down 0.3% in the ES, 1.4% NQ. So NQ's getting hammered a little bit. Russell's down 0.6.
Damn, man, they aren't joking. They aren't playing around. All right, more selling coming in here. The NQ shorts did cover a little bit. How long? We got 100? About 300 points. 300 points. Gaps around 30,150 or so.
Yeah, we do have some consolidation.
The 50% point of the gap up. The next pivot points.
Sure.
Another 100 points away. 120 points away.
And got caught getting short in the hole there. Puked that one and gave back some of the. That's the tricky part. Eventually getting short. We'll get you.
They're coming.
I've got a headline. What do we got? Headline here. U.S. Iran deal allows Tehran to immediately sell oil. Okay. For the Wall Street Journal.
Oil is 76.50 right now.
Yeah. How long is it going to take to get to the pumps, though?
That's the question.
Yeah, I'm like, these are July contracts, baby. What are we doing?
Is that simple headline right there going to turn everything around?
Oh, boy.
Or no?
More selling's trying to come in.
Crude selling off for sure. New all-time highs in the Dow. ES just kind of watching. There you go. More selling.
Oh, there's the air horn.
More
There's
selling. Yeah.
Here comes some selling.
Hey, Andrea, can we get like an old timey like Aruga, like a car, and just use it just for the Dow?
The Dow.
For the Dow, because it continues to go. We are getting headlines coming out that this could turn around the entire move lower.
Auga!
There it is, Hogue. Get out of these shorts. Get out of these shorts. All right, crude getting sold here. Time to get long.
Yeah,
NQ.
crude getting smoked.
Time to get long NQ.
Buying coming into the metals. NQ may follow.
Crude trading $76.16. Session lows there. Gold catching a bid. Gold on the move higher, upper end of this range. Been in 43.49 last trade there. ES.
And lots of
sellers are trying to sell every one of these little bounces here. So I don't know if it's over yet.
Selling?
We still have some consolidation to get to, which might be these 320s, 380s to 300s.
I'm on the 5,000 tick chart, and I've got a red candle, green candle, red candle, green candle, red candle, green candle. Oh, finally a green candle is breaking the.
Yeah, I'm along. The sellers
breaking out.
US finding some buyers. Dow, most certainly. Dow again closer to 53,000 than 52,000 in the Dow. ES catching a bid as well. Will the selling continue in the NQ or the lows in? Here with a couple more minutes. Again, we got power players coming up after this with, Braden, Jay, Vince. Markets are moving. Crude continuing to make new lows. Headline, part of the U.S. Iran deal allows Tehran to immediately sell oil.
Yeah, crude's at 76 now. 76 is
gold finding
leaning towards a pause. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. First time we get to see the new Fed chair.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the big days, Dakota, star of slow markets. Wednesday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central on Topstep TV. Who will be joining you this evening, Mr. Dakota?
Braden, you're in the chat. I usually have Braden join on Thursdays, but I'm going to have a conversation with him. It is Tuesday, and dude, every time Braden has joined me for slow markets, it has been we've been crushing it when he's on.
Nice.
So I like to hear. Michael B, couple words before we wrap this up. Then we're going to Jack. So be seeing Jack a little bit. But Michael B, thoughts?
Yeah,
thanks for what's up? Sorry.
I just took a long, and I took most of it off, and I moved break even, and I'm just going to let this one run. That's one of my favorite trades off of a dangerous bottom picker. But thank you guys. And Dakota, it's a pleasure to trade with you finally. And the story goes a little longer than that, but really, hats off to you. I probably would not be a professional full-time trader if it weren't for following your trades and learning how to size down and zoom out and trust my instincts and all that goes with it. So I really thank you. Otherwise, I'd be stuck in an office or on an airplane or in a conference room a place I really don't want to be again. But yeah, having a great time. Topstep is the best. You guys are the best. And I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Michael.
I really
Jack.
appreciate it, Michael. And the pleasure's all mine. I love it.
Jack, I'll be seeing you in Power Hour today with
Man.
a couple of
Power Hour, guys. We'll do it.
Okay, let's do it. Morning highlights coming up after this. Power players after that with Jay, Braden, Vince. Markets are rocking. Crude selling off hard. Gold popping right now. NASDAQ are the lows in for the NQ. Dow making new all-time highs. Topstep TV. Let's go. Stay locked in. Let's get that money. Come on.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
At Topstep, we've paid out more money to more traders than anyone in this industry. Over $1.4 billion and counting. Now, we're making that payout process even faster. With automated approvals and real-time payment processing, approved payouts can hit your account instantly. The best payout policy in the industry just got a lot faster. Trade well.
All right, traders, it is time for the morning highlights, and hopefully you are seeing a lot of green on the screen. It's been a kind of a tough trading day. Interesting things always going on in these markets. We have the FOMC meeting tomorrow, SpaceX last week. There's always something going on, and I'm very happy to be back here with you all today. Let's take a look. Start with gold in context. We did not take the opening range trade in gold. Why? Well, the market was pretty much opening inside the range and value from yesterday's session. Very little change in the perception of value. Value has moved a little bit lower today. However, the opportunity for the opening range trade did not play out. We would have gotten triggered in and stopped out. Market did take a look below the initial balance low and is trading right back to it right now. 43.5820 is that level. We're back inside the range, below value. Let's see if value can be rejected from yesterday. That low 43.6650. In the longer context, market is continuing in a longer time frame move to the downside, possibly giving us some decent opportunities for shorts here at some point earlier today, as well as throughout the day. We'll have to see how this plays out, of course. Crude oil, it has found some sellers, and with good reason. Apparently, Iran will be able to sell crude oil right after the agreement to stop the war is signed. So we're already seeing crude oil continuing this route to the downside. The opening range, of course, did not play out. It would have given us at least a little bit of opportunity to participate to the upside. This was that opening range. So it did pay us for a little bit. We were talking about having it a see money, take money opportunity, perhaps to VWAP or even weekly kickoff high. Neither of them were reached. We probably would have been stopped out, and the market is continuing this push to the downside, continuing the continuation move, if you will, continuing the continuation move. That makes sense? I guess so. So we've broken weekly kickoff low in the overnight session. That became resistance. The market opened. A little bit of an inventory adjustment, not much, but all of our shorts are continuing to get paid with that news that came out. $76 in the July crude. Don't forget, tomorrow we will probably be trading the August contract in crude oil. Topstep X, you won't have to worry about it. We will make that change for you. If you're trading on a different platform, make sure you are trading the contract that has the greatest amount of volume. You want liquidity when you are trading futures. So we'll see you tomorrow if we do move into the August contract. Let me see what it looks like for you right now. So the July contract has traded, let's see, 129,000. The August contract, 152,000. So the volume has largely moved into August. We will be trading the August contract tomorrow, and it's okay to continue to trade the July contract. It's still pretty decent volume in there. So we'll be trading the August contract in crude oil tomorrow. Let's take a look at the S&P. It's pretty decent house account trade Jack took here earlier. So again, always thinking in context, we were looking at where the market was going to be opening. Here's that 830 open, right in the middle of the range from yesterday, right in the middle of value, thinking we'll probably find better trade location as the day goes on. And that did actually kind of pay out. The initial balance high was put in the first 30 minutes, not right on the open. Traded to value high from yesterday, that level again, 76.36 even. And the sellers came in. The sellers have continued to try and move this market lower, although we do see a potential bottom that we've put in here in the last 30 minutes. We are, kind of looking at the market coming back into range, back into value. If we do reaccept value, I could see the market getting back up, maybe even to session highs. Excuse me, my goodness. Let's take a look on the 5-minute chart here. So we were kind of watching the initial balance low of 76.12. seeing if we could maybe see some sort of a rejection in that area. Did we see a failed downside auction? Initially, we did see a failed downside auction. So the longs 5 MES here at 76.13 was a pretty decent opportunity. Give us the opportunity to limit risk. We did take some heat on that trade. It did not reach our stop. Got out of 3 of those up here at about 76.20. We were able to trim our risk on that note to basically break even. And the market did come back and take out our last 2 contracts at break even. So 7 points, 7 points on 3 contracts. Not bad. Pretty good trade. Seeing where the market trade down to, let's look at this on the 30-minute chart. This is our session gap from Friday to Monday. Where's the top of that session gap? Basically, we just put that in at the low here. The top of that session gap, 75.98.50. We've seen a pretty good reversal off of that level. See how this market plays the rest of the day. Our afternoon pullback low was not all that helpful for us today. I'm going to go ahead and take that off. We see a reacceptance of value. We see reacceptance of the initial balance. You can see the market going back easily to today's value area high, 76.2375. Not a tremendous move, but a pretty decent target if you were long anywhere near these lows. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. Had some activity in the NASDAQ. And again, always thinking in context, we've got our session gap, we've got our weekend gap down below. The market did open in range and in value. Here is our opening bar, and there's our open right about there, 30,810 approximately. And again, right inside value. The afternoon pullback low wasn't very helpful for us today, and sometimes that is just the case. Going to take it off. Again, if we started trading first thing, we probably would have missed the best trade location, which was in the first 30 minutes, but not until considerably inside of it. Now let's take a look on the 5-minute. So here's our open. Market looked lower. Initially, we had the opening range in the NASDAQ as the high of the session. We had the opening range in the S&Ps as the low of the session. So the market started off choppy to begin with. So the market did come up and put in the initial balance high 5 minutes before the 9 o'clock changeover. Now, Mandy started looking for longs on the way up here. She got long 3 MNQ, 30,856. She took profit on one of them and pretty much scratched the other 2. Mandy was still looking for longs up here. Got long 3 at 30,875, and unfortunately took a full stop out on that down at 30,810. The market has continued to push lower. We've left in the initial balance low well above current price. Are we seeing the same reversal that we saw in the S&Ps? Well, we do have a pretty tasty 3-bar reversal off this low right here. Down bar, up bar that closes above the open of the first bar, 3-bar reversal. So the market is showing signs of finding some buyers and reversing the pattern here this morning. Now, when Dakota came in, he got long 6 MNQ, 30,620, and it took a profit on most of those. His average exit on 5 of those was approximately 30,670, so 50 points on the first 5, and he's pretty much scratched the second one. Michael was looking for longs as well. Michael got long 3 MNQ at 30,584. Got taken out of those on his stop at 30,560. Michael was saying how he likes to move his stops. He did not move his stop on that one, and thank goodness, because the market did continue this push to the downside. So our traders were really looking for longs today. And finally, maybe the longs could pay. Let's take a minute and take a look at our quotable quote for today. George Bernard Shaw. Life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. if you're trying to learn how to trade and you're waiting to find yourself as a trader, you're going to have to create yourself as a trader. There's a lot of things that I think people have to change in their brains and about themselves to become consistent and profitable traders. So don't wait for it. Don't go looking for it. Create it yourself. Create it yourself. This is a very difficult thing to do. We all know that. We've got power players coming up. A trader that created himself, Braden, is going to be here with Jay and Coach Vince. Still lots to do on Topstep TV today. Make sure you get your questions in for group coaching. You guys have been doing a very good job of that. We appreciate that. Power players coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. We got a power player here. I'm Jay. That's Vince on the far right, and Braden in the middle. Braden, welcome back to Topstep TV. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I got a combine passed earlier this week.
There we
Love
go.
how you can automatically activate it. So got some good trading under my wing, like two green days. So I'm a happy camper, and I'm up on the session. Today seems like it should be easy enough. I'm gonna lift it on NQ. If I want to get long in equity, I'm gonna get long on the Dow, and not make it harder than it has to be. That's really the plan. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Speaking of the Dow, just made new all-time highs, 52,633s. So if you want to buy something right now, it looks like it is the Dow. But Vince, we know you're a Dow trader. We were talking about the S&P in the green room as well. How are we doing today?
All right. I'm looking for the Dow long possibly here, but I need a pullback. Tried getting short the ES. I missed it by a few ticks, but it ended up working out anyway. I mean, it did pull back, but I would have hit the target on that. But here it is. I haven't taken any trades yet today, so I'm looking for an opportunity.
Right. Let's see what we got here. Quote some prices really quick. We got the Nasdaq trading 30,514s, the S&P 7616 and a half. Speaking of the Dow, trading 52,620, a couple points off of its all-time high. The Russell is going with the Dow, with the Nasdaq and the S&P selling here. Crude selling as well, $75.97 last trade in crude. Did make a low of the day at 75.66, and gold is pretty range bound here. We did just have some volume trade at gold up from 67s up to the 69 area. But let's see if gold really does anything. It's been pretty range bound. Any levels that you guys are looking at for potential opportunities? Braden, you said if you're going to buy something, it's the Dow. Are you looking to trade the Dow, or did you take your trades in the Nasdaq this morning?
Yeah, I'm open to trading the Dow. Kind of like Vince said, if we get a pullback, it's hard not to just follow the trend on that one. I don't have any really specific levels. If I start to like the way the pullback looks, I like the read on the price action. Maybe I'll take a buy on it. I'm going to continue looking short on NQ. We have strong disconnect to the VWAP to the downside. Sellers are obviously in control. As far as levels, it was in the chat earlier. I would have to go look and see how well it's respecting, but I think the 20 EMA I would imagine probably is respecting pretty well on a day like today. Short-term momentum's in control most of the session. Yeah, not bad. So maybe I'll use that in combination with price action. Just trying to get short on this one as long as we're under VWAP, and to continue looking for shorts on NQ and longs on the Dow. No specific levels. I'll use the EMAs, and I'll use prior test of maybe some of these support levels that we had broken through a little bit earlier, like the 600s possibly, and just kind of try to build into positions. But I want to make sure I'm still on the right side of the trend.
Got you. Taking a look at the Delta, this is full session for the NASDAQ, negative 5,200. I know it is rollover, so take Delta information with a grain of salt. But yesterday, we saw Delta positive pretty much the entire day and a move to the upside. We got Delta negative right now in the NASDAQ, negative about 5,200, negative 7,200, 1,700 in the S&P. Vince, any potential levels that you're looking at in any of these markets for pullbacks?
Jay, right now, not really. I do like Braden said, I kind of like looking for a potential short here in the Nasdaq. It's shown as the weakest out of the equities right now. I'm surprised though, with SpaceX at $215 a share almost. You would think it'd be propping up the Nasdaq a little bit. So it's a little interesting, right?
Yeah.
With the ES right now, we have a failed downside auction at the moment. I do like potential shorts up around 76.30, 28 to 30 level if we get up there in the ES. But we have an inside day right now from yesterday's intraday trading day. So right now we have not taken out the intraday low from yesterday. We kind of rallied right off that. So that was my target, 7,600 to the downside. I was looking to get short around 17 and a quarter. And we got right down there to 59, 75.99, and yesterday's intraday low was 98.50. So within 6 ticks? No, 2 ticks, right? 2 ticks. Sorry, we got within 2 ticks. So there's still excess down there, and we bounced off of it. But I don't know. I'm kind of feeling a potential short if we could get higher up in the ES right now. But I think I'm going to focus more on the Nasdaq and the Dow at the moment because they're showing a little bit clearer direction. So we're gonna see if
Yeah,
we can find a trade here.
I'm looking at that here. The S&P is sitting right at VWAP, and the VWAP has not left the first 30-minute range from last night, where the Dow and the Nasdaq seem a little bit more out of balance, maybe a little bit more opportunity there, where the S&P is trying to figure out, which one it's going to follow. Is it the Dow or the Nasdaq? Taking a look at some of the components in the Nasdaq here. Nvidia down 1.5%, Apple up 0.86%, Microsoft down 2%, Amazon up 0.56%. We got Google up 0.89%, Broadcom down 3.8%, Tesla down 0.9%, Meta up 0.4%, Micron down 2.8%, Walmart up 0.6%, and then we got SMH, the semiconductor index, down 2.43%. Pretty much all of the components in the Dow are green outside of Microsoft and Amgen, at least the major components. So that is why we were seeing all-time highs there. JP Morgan
I would really like to see the Nasdaq get up to about 36.25. I might look to take a short up there. I might look to get short up around that 36.40 level, somewhere up in that area. I may look for an opportunity. But it is
30,625.
30,640.
There's a bunch of negative delta. There's a bunch of negative delta in that range from 600s up to 630s. It is pretty negative there. So let's see if those sellers hold. We got the Nasdaq pushing up a little bit here, 30,570s. Someone asking, was that a 3-bar reversal in the Nasdaq on the 15-minute chart? I believe it was. That's what Hogue was mentioning during the morning recap. We definitely did get a 3-bar reversal with the high close at 30,530s, basically. If you are a 3-bar reversal trader, taking a look at the tilt, 61% long right now in the Nasdaq, 54% long in the S&P, 50-50 in both crude and gold. Have you guys traded crude much at all?
No,
I have not traded it recently. That's another market I'm open to looking at today. It's been firing pretty well on that indicator I built that is really looking for bounce opportunities and really like overextended conditions. So it's been a couple opportunities. I'm open to it. I'm gonna let it make a new low. If it starts to get really dramatic, I'll look for bounce plays. But yeah, no, I have not been trading crude. I'm letting the news play out on that, see where we actually want to trade into. See if Trump was right about lower prices than before the conflict. We'll see. Let it play out.
2 back-to-back days of 5% down days in crude. Biggest percentage mover yesterday, down 5.5%. We got it down 5.8% again right now. We did have some news before the top of the hour. The U.S.-Iran deal allows Tehran to immediately sell oil. And it looks like that pushed us to a new low there. A U.S. official says Iran can... Here you go. An update on that comment from the Wall Street Journal. Iran can only sell if they abide by all the points agreed to, including not interfering with free flow of navigation in the Strait and not obtaining nuclear weapons. So Iran can sell oil as long as they agree to all the terms, is what the U.S. is saying now. And oil prices at $76.01. Coach Hoop traded crude today. Nice Hoop. Hopefully getting short. That was the trade of the night. Started selling it last night during the Asia session, and it picked up during London and has not looked back. Really beautiful sell there in crude. If you caught it, let us know in the chat if you caught it or what you're looking for right now in these markets.
I'm framing up a range trade, to be honest. I'll give it one good shot here, Jay, because we had that initial bounce off the lows. I understand we're going into the lower volume bit of the session. We're starting to see rotation on the 5-minute in a range form. I'll give it one shot, small size, because this could be the reaction to the initial bounce from buyers, consolidation, and then continuation. But I like it. I feel like we've kind of set the environment up nicely to range a little bit. And we're seeing a lot of rotation on this 5-minute, about 50 points wide. So I think it's worth trying to take it one time.
And so you got the market pretty much bracketed here. Whichever one triggers first, that'll be the position that you're in. Does your stop become the entry on the other side? Or does your take profit become the entry on the other side?
I to be honest, I feel like I've got the ranges are so tricky, man, because it's like it's never exactly where you want it. I feel
Right.
like I've got the entries a little bit more on the extended sides of these moves, so I probably would have my take profit a little bit less ambitious, a little
Tighter.
bit tighter within this
Gotcha.
range. Yeah, just because I don't want to wait and wait and wait, have it rotate very close, and then just you know what I mean. I'll just take what it gives me, really.
Stuff there. 52,597. Vince, you said no trades for you today, right?
No trades yet, Jay. No trades yet. I tried to get short, but it just didn't work out. So I would have had one, but I'm scanning though. I'm definitely scanning for something. I was even looking at the euro today to see if there's something going on there. I'm looking everywhere.
Something's moving out there, Vince. Something is moving. I saw Coach Hoop in the chat. He said cattle had a nice trend update today, up 2%. About so there is some movement somewhere, but no trade is not a problem. I tried to get long. We talked about an area in the opening call, 780s in the NASDAQ. I got long. Initially, it looked like it was going to hold, but there were no buyers in the market this morning. Once we flushed under 780s, I took my loss and said, okay, I am done for the day. Trading 200 points lower, so I'm happy to be out. 30,530s last trade here in the NASDAQ.
Seeing a little bit of a pullback here in the Dow here, so I'd like to see that. We get a little rollover here in the ES. I mean, I would like to see the ES a little bit higher, but I do like a short in the
Settlement.
ES probably.
72.26 is settlement price. ES couldn't reclaim VWAP there. And the Dow, were you saying 540s looks like an interesting spot in the Dow? I'm seeing some a lot of positive delta in that area as well. So maybe if we could get a pullback and that holds, there are some buyers up there that stepped up.
540s.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely some potential there. Somewhere in that zone, 50s, 40s.
Got Brad Sims long silver traders in here. We saw Michael B in the last segment. We know Michael's a silver trader. What else are we looking for there, chat? JK window cleaning called a dollar move in gold, $1.50 move. Sorry, in oil, $1.50. Really nice trade there.
Okay, nice. Yeah, ES it rejected yesterday's value low and it traded to today's value high, and then it kind of sold off there. But I wanted to see it get up there around that 28 level. But we'll see if we get up there. I might attempt something there in the ES. Braden, are you in the NASDAQ right now? Or no, you didn't get filled yet.
No, I started fiddling around with my limit order, to be honest with you, Vince. I forget exactly where I had it. I think I had it at maybe 26. I pulled it down a little. I'm such a bad range trader, but no, I'm not in it yet.
Okay.
Started looking too much into the price action in these ranges, man. I'm like, okay, a little bit lower would be good.
Yeah. Are you on a 5-minute chart there? What minute chart are you on?
This is the 1 minute, but it's kind of going off of
the 1 minute.
The 5 minute a little
Okay,
bit.
so you're playing that little range there. I see.
Right. Looking for the better entry
Playing the
spots on
wicks.
the 1 minute, but yep.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
In fact,
it's always it's always tricky to me as well getting into a range trade.
Yeah, it is. It's tricky. There's so many little nuances. The proper way to do this would actually be using less size on the long side and more on the short side, because it's still kind of following that higher time frame trend.
Right.
For this guy, the 30-minute new 30-minute auction period here starting. So let's see what we have here. Maybe we'll get a little movement now. Usually the market kind of gets tight the last couple of minutes when it turns the 30-minute bar over. There we go.
HP announces a collaboration with NVIDIA on AI servers. Shout out to all of our HP investors out there. I'm sure their stock is probably spiking right now. HP stock trading $49. Everybody flat right now. Braden has some orders out there. Why don't we take a look at a little bit of news, and then we'll come back to the charts. The U.S. Did you just get tagged in there? Okay, Braden is long now.
Yeah, go ahead. Just a small trade. Go ahead.
small trade here. Braden Long, we'll come back to that trade in just a minute. U.S. intelligence agencies have recently assessed that Iran can shut down the Strait of Hormuz at will. Let's bring that in, Gabe.
Sources familiar with the findings say the war proved the regime can close the critical shipping choke point, giving Tehran new leverage to hurt the global economy. The U.S. has held intense negotiations with Iran to fully reopen the strait. Two sides are preparing to sign a framework agreement this Friday to open the waterway as a step towards nuclear talks. A senior U.S. official notes that Iran won't be able to tap into, quote, benefits from the deal unless the strait stays open.
Like this comment from Love and Peace. And in other news, water is wet. We thank you for that, Gabe. We are seeing some selling coming in here now in the equities, 30,485s as trade. Braden, I'm assuming you're out, took a small loss on that trade. Like you said, tight stop, small size for a little feeler, and we'll see here. What's really interesting is that, you know, when the war started, we saw inverse correlation between the equities and oil, but oil is making new lows of the day as we speak, 75.64, and the equities are selling off. So that correlation seemed like it was disjointed about a month ago, and maybe instead of being inversely correlated, we're seeing a correlation between the two. So NASDAQ looks like it can potentially make another run at the low of the day here, trading 30,480s, about 70 points off of the low of the day. Kelvin stopped out there.
Interesting
New
times
lows
here,
in
guys.
oil.
We're trading in
Yes,
some
it
interesting
is.
times.
Yes, we are, Vince.
What's good is bad, and what's bad is good, and what's right is wrong, and what's wrong is right.
Trading Traveling Technician says instead of being inversely correlated, they are versely correlated now and moving together. We just did see some more volume trade in gold. Gold looks like maybe you want to sell here as well. Crude going back to earth, 75.60. We had that poll up in the chat earlier. Are we going to see $60 in crude again this year? I voted yes, and this is the way it looks. You get a couple of 5% down days in a row. All of a sudden, you're back at $60. See what happens here. Nice rejection off of VWAP there in the S&P there, Vince. You said you were scouting out that short.
Yeah, I was. I wanted to get a little bit higher. We got to, I think, 22. And I wanted to get up a little higher. I'm too cheap sometimes, Jay, you know, but
hey. Sometimes you have to be
a little too cheap. I missed my first short by 3 ticks today, okay? So, you know, maybe I got to pay up a little bit. I don't know. I wanted to see 26 or 28. We got to 22.
You're always a limit order trader, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Sometimes. Yeah, I try to let it come to me. I'm pretty disciplined most of the time.
Janish says it's better to be cheap than broke. Coach Paul would ask anytime I say,
"You're right."
I missed my trade by a couple of points.
I love that.
Always asking, "Is your market order broken?" And I guess it really depends what you measure for. If I'm a scalper, I don't know. Wait, Braden, do you always go limit orders, or is there ever a situation where you're using market orders?
I always say whenever there's momentum, it's market orders.
Gotcha.
But most of the time when I'm trying to build a position, I think trying to have a game plan for getting in with limit orders is a good idea usually. But whenever the market's just moving one-sided very quickly, it's not as practical, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you just got a market order. But you have to have a good read for that. You start just market ordering into any old market that you think is got momentum behind it, and if you don't read it right, you're going to be getting crappy entries all the time.
Market orders last week were a lot more expensive in the NASDAQ with that spread. When we're moving 1,600 points, a market order costs a lot of money to get in there.
How about the gold market? The big gold contract, it had a 5-6 tick spread. You're paying $50-$60 just to get into the market.
Just to trade, yeah. Yes, you are. Reminder to everyone, we got a a form pinned to the chat group coaching today. Group coaching, we got Hogue, Ray, and Coach Hoop. Make sure you get your questions in there. Ask Coach Hoop about the cattle market and why it is continuing to grind to the upside. Cattle up 2% today. And
building a position long on gold.
Okay.
We're seeing this level hold
Oh.
around 60s. Buyers keep stepping in. So trying to build a position there. And then maybe I'll try to add for a possible break above 67. But we'll see if we can turn off these 60s and go higher.
All right.
We're looking to get long here in gold. The NASDAQ looks like just wants that low of the day. 30,464 last trade here. 407.75 last is the low of the day. Pull up in the chat here. What order do you use most to trade? Limit, stop, market, or stop limit? I usually use limit orders, but then I usually drag them around if there is momentum. Let's see here. 407's low of the day. Prior day low, yesterday's low, which was Sunday's opening, I guess. 30,191. Is that in range for the NASDAQ today? We've already seen a 570-point range on the day. That would be a range expansion day for sure, but we've seen those recently. And it's an interesting day, right? It seems like we've gotten nothing but good news, but is all the news priced in at this point? And is the market just taking profits before the Fed here? Yeah.
Good news, bad. Buy the rumor, sell the news, right?
That's what it seems like. That is what it seems like. Brady, you did get in some gold there, correct?
Yeah, I'm in about 7 micros 63. I'm liking how well gold is holding up. You got crude selling off, NQ selling off, and gold is kind of trying to hold the structure that we saw previous upside on. So I like gold here for a move back into the high 60s.
Rated long gold right now, 30,457 last trade in the NASDAQ, 43.6230 last trade here in gold. Again, taking a look at that tilt, 50-50 in the equities, 64% short oil. Nice, getting paid there. 76.54 average price on the tilt short in oil. That is a great trade.
Might be a cheap long here in ES coming up around the 04, 05 level. Ultimately, I want to probably be short, but there might be a way to limit our risk at least and maybe take a stab at the ES.
76.04s?
Yeah, 04, 05. You know, it's about 6 points of risk there, which isn't terrible. But ultimately, I do like to sell a little pop.
Delta is building to the negative side here in the S&P. When we started, we were negative 1,700. We're negative 3,700 now. So selling coming in here, but if they do not get what they're looking for on this, maybe we see some covering come in. But right now, congruent with direction in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ negative 6,000, continuing to push lower again. Rollover is going to affect the Delta numbers. Traders are still rolling until about Thursday, but we have seen it congruent with direction over the past couple of days. Kelvin says, note down 30,297s in the NASDAQ. What are you seeing there? What are you seeing there? 30,297s. C300 potentially being a level.
I mean, there might be long opportunities here in the NASDAQ.
See, so what are you seeing here, Vince? In the S&P and the NASDAQ, you're seeing potential longs in both.
Yeah, so the NASDAQ, here, let me pull up my chart. Let's see, NASDAQ. All right, so if you go over to my chart, I'll pull this up. All right, so let's change this to a 30-minute chart. So you can see we've been selling off, one time framing lower, one time framing lower, and we're kind of starting to build a little bit of balance down here. And you know, there's some excess at the low. All right, so if I'm going to maybe buy it, you know, I can risk this little bit of excess here at 30,400, which that's kind of a psychological level, right? Buyers might be trying to buy it around that area. But I mean, look, we gapped up this day, opened overnight, and we just been pushing, right? We retraced, what, 75% of this move. You know, so there's a lot of buyers that came in here. You know, you have a little bit of a gap imbalance. Let me draw it in here. This is the overnight trade though, but we have a little gap imbalance right here, right where we put in this wick. So I'm getting interested here, right? I'm getting interested. We're gonna see what happens though. I mean, these are 30 minutes, right? This closed kind of bullish here. We did take out the low, but we still have this low in place up against an area where the market really started to take off.
Okay. I mean, we are seeing a little bit of a bid here. NASDAQ back up at these 490s. Nice little 50-point move there off those lows when you said there's potentially a long here in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. We got the Dow 8 points off of its all-time high. Gold catching a bid here as well. Braden long
right,
there.
So 20, let's see, 20, 30, 39 points. MNQ. All right, so we're gonna
and scouting some orders here.
30, 39.
Braden, what price are you long from in gold? 43.63.
63.3. Yeah, 15 micros. With the intention to add if we can get back up to the high 60s.
63.3. See if these NASDAQ can reclaim 500s here. 30,499. All right, it's definitely in a range here. Got some orders out there, Vince?
Yeah, I'm looking to get long the NASDAQ. Put this way up here. We'll see. Let's see what happens here.
The Dow looks like it wants to go. Maybe make another all-time high here. How much room is left in the daily?
Yeah, the Dow is looking strong. It really is. I wanted to see the Dow pull back to like 52.560s. Maybe look for longs up in there, but we didn't get pulled deep enough.
Still has some room to go as well to a daily ATR move. Daily ATR right now in the Dow is 732. We're at 553. So there is about another 200 points. So again, those daily ATRs in pretty much every market we look at, it's going to be skewed because the last those major sell-off days that we had before those sell-offs were pretty much close to a daily ATR move here in the Dow. It was about 600 points. And we're at 553 right now. S&P pushing back up here. Got a VWAP at 719s, trading 76.13 and a half. Got Braden long gold. Vince looking to get long in the NASDAQ. And we got the Dow making new all-time highs. Hit that air horn, 52,636, new all-time high there in the Dow.
All right, we're long.
Vince is long as well. What price we get?
Oh, wait. I gotta move my stop. Hold on a second. That's not where I want my stop to be. I have like my bracket orders already in there, so I gotta maneuver these around. Hold on, give me 1 second here before I mess
all good.
things up.
All good. Managed to trade first. New all-time highs in the Dow.
Yeah, it was a little too close there. All right,
need some room here. Need some elbow space.
Yes, that happened to me one time. I hit the market. It was supposed to be 3 MES. I hit it with 3 ES and lost 1,500 like a matter of a minute, not even. So that's the only bad thing with the brackets sometimes. If they're tight and the market's moving, you don't even have a chance to move your stop. All right. All right, so we're not risking a lot on this trade. It's only one, but I am going to look for a pretty nice move if we can get it. If we get that rotation. I don't know if we're going to get it.
1 micro?
Not, but 1 micro. Yep.
There we go. There's a question for me here in the chat. Question for me here in the chat from Rocket. Do you mind explaining what a failed urgency trade looks like for you? Join me if you're at the buzzer. We could talk about that. We got these guys in trades right now. A failed urgency trade. I'd have to look for one, but it's basically if the market tries to leave a range aggressively and after a reasonable amount of time, VWAP stops leaving that range and then turns into pretty much a range trade and then maybe going the other way. There was one in crude oil last night. If you look at crude on the open, it looked like it caught a bid early, but then immediately failed, got back under VWAP, and then that's been the trend for the rest of the day. So We'll talk about it during At the Buzzer after the close, 4:15 Eastern Time, 3:15 Central. But there was one in crude oil last night. Vince long the NASDAQ. Braden, you said you're thinking about adding in these upper 60s. It looks like we might be getting up here soon. Do you have a target that you're looking for? We got
I'm
a high today.
actually, I'm actually fully scaled in, man. I forgot these XFAs have this scaling rule, so
Gotcha.
I'm fully sized in. I'm in 18 micros, and I've got some orders sitting above that structure, above 67. If we can break out, cool. I'm risking $60 potential upside, which I'm not totally confident we hit. We could just chop around in this range, but potential upside would be like $1,000, risking 60. So,
I mean, that is a great risk to reward there.
It is in theory.
I like
just
that
don't know how
trade.
realistic. It's not bad. I just don't know how realistic. We hold range here. I pretty much get stopped out given how tight I've got the risk, which could obviously happen. Kind of need the market to get above 60, 67 here to make a lot of money on this, but we'll see.
All right.
And Vince, you're long the NASDAQ from which price? Remind me one time. 509s.
30,509 and a quarter. So just slightly in the money at the moment, but I'm looking for a pretty nice rotation. I'm looking to get up to value high let's see, I'm going to put it right here. Like, let's just go to 45 and a quarter. So I'm looking for a pretty decent move. You know, it's a cheap trade. I'm only risking, I think, $80 on the trade, and a potential reward of 200 and say 30 points. So is that 460, $500?
Go. Got some green on the screen right now. Supercar Rally says all roads are possible. All roads in the NASDAQ would bring us back to 30,715s for the full session view up. 660s.
I would love that.
Yeah, right. 660 is regular trading hour view up.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Crude make new lows of the day. 75.52 new low of the day in crude. Trading 75.60, so slightly off of its lows there. Crude is just continuing to grind to the downside. Dow made new all-time highs, 52,638, and pulled back slightly from there. The pullbacks in the Dow are really not opportunities to sell, and maybe not even a good enough opportunity events to look to get in long there. These pullbacks are pretty shallow.
I actually may still try getting long the Dow anyway, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah?
Let me take
going up.
Yeah. Let me see if it's worth anything. Yeah. I'd like to see a little bit more of a pullback. Like you said, it's a really tight pullback. I'd like to see a little bit more pullback on it.
Looking at the quote board right now.
You want to see a pullback enough where everybody wants to get short. You know what I mean?
Yes, there you go. There you go. Looking at the quote board to the downside, we got all the energies. RBOB gasoline futures down 3.25%, heating oil down 3.4%, and crude, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 6.34%. Upside, we got cattle up 2%, platinum up 2.68%, natural gas up 2.89%. Looking at our big four, we already mentioned crude down 6.34%. We got gold up 0.3%. The S&P down 0.2%, and the NASDAQ down 1.2%. Heaviest out of the big four is definitely crude oil on the day. Those are all from settlement prices. Let's see what we get here.
I'm like conflicted with this NASDAQ because I feel like, we're trending down, obviously. I mean, look at the chart.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm kind of conflicted here, but we're going to hold this long for a little bit, but I might actually flip the short. We'll see. We'll see how time goes here.
We'll see. Freedom Day Trader quoting SpaceX here. SpaceX up 12%. Yeah, last night it hit a high of, what was it, 230s in the overnight trade. Trading $217 right now. $217.
I'm so upset with that. I'm upset with SpaceX. They only gave me 17% of my allowable shares that I ordered pre
really?
IPO. Yeah, I got 17% of what I wanted. So that was a bummer. But
what's the and obviously not financial advice, is it Is your plan to just buy him and hold him, Vince?
No, I'm probably gonna liquidate him at some point, right? It's still kind of fresh, and I don't know. I'm worried about when they start, trading heavily with shorts and with options. So for right now, though, I'm kind of enjoying the rocket ship, but
yeah,
I think it's gonna. I don't know how long it's going to last. You know what I mean? So
I think what's
it's not
really
financial
interesting is what Jack shared about only 5% of the float being available to trade right now, right?
Yeah.
And then when all that supply comes back to the market, what does that do to price? So we will see.
Well, they made it kind of nice. I mean, like Elon, I don't think he could sell anything for like 6 months, right? And I think a lot of them are tied into where they can't liquidate. Because a lot of times, they open up, everybody sells everything, and they kill you.
Gold trying to push here.
So
43.
he did a good job. I think Jack even said it. They did a good job with this IPO, I think.
Absolutely.
Morgan. Yeah, Morgan was the front runner, I think, with that one.
Oil catching a slight bid here. 75.82. Oil just woke up a little. Up 30 cents off the low.
NASDAQ is heavy. NASDAQ is heavy.
Yeah, it is.
Braden, you're long gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm waiting to see it.
What price?
Yeah.
What price?
Pretty much gonna get 63.7. I'm stopped out now. Shit, yeah, that's annoying, man. I'm waiting for this breakout trade, and it's annoying. It's okay. Should have just taken it off, man. It's so hard to know. Like, yeah, we could reject there. Also, I like the idea of the continuation. It's bullish on the session. Shit. It's okay. Just annoying is all.
Yes,
I hate being up a ton unrealized and then not taking anything out of it, man. That puts me a little bit closer to tilt than I'd like to be.
I hear you, Braden. What do you do at that point? You hit that lockout button, just walk away for a little bit?
It's hard, man, because like it takes a lot of effort to like build into a position like that, to let it come up to the top of the range and it just kind of rejects. And it's like, man, the right thing is probably to get out of it, but I also really like the potential breakout on it. And yeah, I don't know.
All right, I'm
probably
long gold.
Lock out a good trade at Combine.
I'm long gold right now. I'm
Vince
long
getting
2
long gold
MGC 4362.70. I'm only risking like 17 ticks. So if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be wrong quick. Right? Very cheap. We'll see what happens here.
Watch crude here. Crude back at $76. Made a low of the day, 75.52. Up about 50 cents from that low. That crude tilt was
Nasdaq's I'm gonna get cooked.
Yeah, something's picking up here. Something is picking up. We got the top of the hour coming up in about 6 minutes. Again, group coaching. Today, you got Hogue, Hoop, and Ray. Make sure you get your questions in there. That is a ton of experience in these markets. So that form is pinned to the chat. Get your questions in there. We got Vince long gold and the NASDAQ right now. 30,478 and 43.63 last trades over there. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat before we go to a little bit of a break. How is everybody doing out there? Are you up on the day, down in the day? Anything that you learned from trading today? Are you following your plan? Most importantly, are you managing your risk? I am down on the day, like I mentioned. Tried to get long the NASDAQ 780s. Looked good until it didn't and stopped me out there. What I'm learning is that there's a bunch of opportunities in these markets each and every day. And all four equity markets don't always move the same direction. But kind of knew that already, but today's a perfect example of it. The Dow doing what it wants to do. Up almost a full percent, making new all-time highs while everything else looks pretty heavy here.
Yeah.
Here we go. The names. Damo says vibes are good. Up 3K from gold. Nice job. At the top of the hour, we also do have a 20-year auction. Just understand that those bond auctions do have the potential to cause some volatility in the markets. More often than not, they don't, but they do have the potential to. So just be aware that that is coming up at the top of the hour. Speaking of which, just saw 7,500 contracts trade in the 10-year in a second. So somebody's getting ready for that auction.
Oh, there we go.
And here is some selling coming in.
We stopped on the NASDAQ.
Equities. Stopped out there on the NASDAQ.
Yep. Gold is still alive. Gold's alive. NASDAQ is done.
And oil just dropped 40 ticks in a couple of seconds there. There's volatility in these markets, folks. There is volatility for sure. Braden, I think we're going to see you for slow markets tonight. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know exactly yet. I think Dakota mentioned that. We'll see. I'm free tonight, so we'll see what happens.
Dakota, if you're listening, send the invite. Braden said he's free. Maybe we will see Braden for slow markets. Coach Vince, when's the next time we're going to see you on Topstep TV? Vince doesn't know. When's the next time we're seeing you on TV, Vince? I think we lost Vince. We're going to get out of here. I see Coach Ray getting ready in the back there. We got Hogue, Hoop, and Ray coming up for group coaching. This is Topstep TV. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Let's go.
Have a good one, guys.
Welcome to group coaching. It is just afternoon Central Time. Grab yourself a sub, 1,000 subs, 3,000 subs, whatever you want. First, I'm going to introduce our coaches today. We've got Coach Ray, who you know and love, and Hoop, who you know and love. I'm Hogue, and we are very happy to have you here today with us. You've provided some very, very good questions today. We are looking forward to answering those. If you have a question, you can still get it on the list. Just click on that link, bottom or the top of your chat, and you can get your question in. We look forward to, again, getting through all of them. If we can't, we will get to them eventually. So hopefully you're here every day, all day long, bell to bell. We love you for it. Ray, how you feeling today? How's things?
Oh, feeling good, feeling good. Yeah, got managed to take a trade here in MNQ off some option levels. Just a nice little mean reversion trade back from the lows up to this blue line here, which is the VWAP. So yeah,
Nice.
feeling good. Always feel good when I'm able to take something away from NASDAQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially a long on a down day.
Yeah.
You found it. You found the
Yes.
one.
Yes, I found the one trade that offered me a 2-to-1 risk reward.
Awesome. Well, nice work. Glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Oop, how are you doing today?
Dug out a little bit hole from this morning. Roll over once again. Patience and trading the range. You got to give it time to set. But then caught a decent cattle trade. And left some on the table, but I'm not gonna, cry over spilt milk. No pun intended there. Cattle took off kind of right out of the box this morning, Hogue, and you can see it on the 3-minute. We kind of got into like the first kind of consolidation, and once again, it's not a cheap contract. I was long a couple, covered them, and we rallied another $2. Once again, we talk about trailing a stop, making it feel better to get out of the trade. I should have trailed on it. It's in my journal in front of my legal pad in front of me already. Especially with the way cattle trades lately, when it goes, it just goes more often than not.
Yeah. I've got the chart up now if you want to put it on my charts. And yeah, when it goes, it goes. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, coming up to 13 30-minute bars that are all green.
ORB special, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was quite the move. And yes, as I said, I'm long 2 micro crude. We hit the ATR. We're about 40 cents past it. ATR is usually about $5.50 on the daily. I'm counter directional, not feeling great about it. Hogue told me, why am I long? I should be short. Just looking for an extension. And once again, I haven't traded a crude. I've watched it a lot, but it's the first time in a while I traded it. So I know I'm counter directional. So feeling, by the way, the initial stop missed me by a couple ticks. So I just left it there for now. So, yeah.
So where are you long?
So that's mine. I'm long right here at 67. So
67. So you're up.
Yep.
You're up 30 ticks on that right now. Not bad.
Yeah. So I'm just going to leave the stop there. Yeah.
Oop, was that one of those trades where you're like, all right,
maybe I pull it up. Yeah.
Is that one of those trades you were like, all right, I really want to short this thing, so I'm going to long it because I know the second I get short, that's going to be the low.
Well, and Hogue, here's just, I originally had to stop like at 54, and I said, no, don't do it because it's going to go to 50, right? Half. And sure as hell enough, it's crude. We always talk about it. Half, 80, even 20. Like clockwork. Yes. And there it is, especially during roll. The low's a half. So that's why my stop was at 47. So, yeah, it's just...
nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will certainly keep an eye on that. It's been 4 days since I've been involved in the market, so I really have not been in the groove here yet so far today. So nothing for me. But if we do find something during the session today, of course, call it out. Let us know what you're doing. We're going to start out now with some live leaders from today. Let's see how our traders are doing. All right, we got more on the list now. We have Bob S. up 16.7, Alyssa M. 12,122, Roland up 10,988. We saw our friend KB on the list earlier as well, still up 10.7, maybe just calling it a day and taking that money home. Nothing wrong with that. And Bushra now up $10,096. Great job. This has been a strange, in my opinion, a difficult trading day, and it's great to see all these traders doing so well. Absolutely fantastic. We, of course, hope for nothing but the best for all of you. We know that there are losers out there as well, but it's great to see some good winners today on what I'm thinking is a relatively tough trading day. And you know, being rollover in 3 out of the 4 of the products that are currently being shown on my screen. I'm going to go back to gold on this one. I mean, crude oil in rollover, equities, S&P, NASDAQ in rollover. It always just seems to change the markets just a little bit and in ways that it's very difficult to put a finger on. It can be, it can be as simple as the volume being split between the current front month and the next front month. We're already in the September contract and the ES, the NASDAQ, the Dow, and the what's the other one? I'm drawing a blank. Russell.
The Russie.
Yes. And we will be trading the August contract tomorrow in crude. So it's just a kind of can be a function of dividing the volume, dividing the delta, dividing the open interest, all of the open interest, leaving the front month, moving it into the future front month. It all just changes the markets again in a way that's very difficult to put a finger on. Wouldn't you say, Hoop, that's the right way to put it is because I've never had anybody be able to explain to me with any reasonable assurance that they know why rollover is different.
It's just it's a volume split, right? I mean, I just say, this is why some people look at it as volume. Sometimes I start to look at when I start to see, especially in metals, that open interest shift because the market just starts to activate extremely gold's in a $50 range today. And I think part of it is because silver and copper are roll. So everything kind of just, it kind of stays condensed. Equities is just, I don't know, Hogan. One roll, now is way different than another. The roll early was very volatile. We were moving all over the place. And now, could it be, and once again, this is how I think more than over the years of trading, it just gets me to think and question why my trade location, where I'm at. Am I going to get, is it going to get sniped or? So I think if anything, it just creates to me a little bit uncertainty of my trade location a lot because I think delta and that can also just be askew. So that's there's no perfect one answer of why. It's different. I think it's the easiest.
It just is.
Yep.
Just one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We got a lot of questions here, guys. Zoe is asking, do you recommend trading off the 9:30 open or 8:30 central? I think is what Zoe's talking about here. Or wait until 8:45 to 9 o'clock central, 9:45, 10 a.m. Eastern. Also, does this differ daily depending on market environment? I trade mechanical market structure and supply and demand. Thanks. Well, Zoe, I think newer traders have a tendency to try and get into the markets really early when the volume is there, when everything is there. But I also think it's a little bit more difficult because you don't really have any daytime frame structure to kind of base any opportunities on. So, I kind of feel like if you're a really good price action reader, you may be able to manage some trades, right off the open. Um, but I think a lot of our traders and a lot of people that you see on Topstep TV have a tendency to wait a little while. But maybe it's the first 15 minutes, like Mandy or Mohammed. I think waits the first 15 minutes. I think Henrico waits the first 15 minutes or the half an hour before really starting to get involved in actively trading. So I think with more experience, you may be better. You would be probably better off, with more experience and understanding how the market opens and how the participants engage in the marketplace that early in the session. As you get more experience at it, I think you might be more successful at it. But there are, things that traders are looking at that are really kind of intuition when it comes to that. Of course, certain things changing in the marketplace can certainly offer you better trade locations early in the session or right off the open. And, understanding the market structure and the environment, of course, would certainly be helpful for that. Ray, what do you think? What do you look at? I know you're trading the Nasdaq and a few other things.
Yeah.
But are you getting involved right off the open, or are you looking for information, market generated information, as the day kind of opens itself up to you?
Yeah. I'm more the latter. I like actually waiting for that initial balance range to establish that, which is initial balance is basically just the first hour of the session. And I treat this kind of the area in the middle here in the yellow. And again, I'm so happy that we've actually have an indicator here now on Topstep X to offer this for me. I'd have to draw this kind of manually, but this area inside the initial balance range is really kind of a tug of war for me. I think the market participants are kind of figuring out exactly. So you can see here we had the open, and we spent a good half hour before we got directional, right? So and I think if you look at this, and I think this is something where maybe you can do a little bit of back testing for yourself on whatever instrument you decide to trade, and see how often we get into any sort of directional kind of move in the first 5 or 20 minutes of the session here, right? And I think you'll find that and there's a reason that people are kind of waiting for that 15 minutes, right? Because I think that's kind of the sweet spot where people start to, take a position as to the direction. So I'm probably I don't know if I'm the norm or maybe a little bit of an anomaly, but I like to preserve my mental capital a little bit and let the market participants kind of tell me exactly which direction they want to take the market. And then at that point, I try to position myself as best I can with whatever direction.
All right, Hoop, what do you think? How do you handle that?
I let it play out. I don't trade the first 15 minutes anymore. I used to. A lot of volume plows in, but I just remember, Hogue, and I think eventually sometimes you go back and you think about how, going back to the pit, how the open was, right? Just absolute chaos, especially on busy days. And there's just so much business that needs to get done that it just, if you just kind of if you just think about it as a trader, it was just hit or miss a lot of times if you were right or wrong. But if you let those first 10, 15 minutes trade, let all the order fillers, and you would know better than anybody, let a lot of that noise get out of there, especially if you're mechanical. I think if you're mechanical in that, I would let that kind of go and maybe wait for initial balance to set and then feel like you're making a judgment. But yeah, I let the first 15 go anymore. I haven't, unless I was going to play an ORB or something, opening range breakout, it would be the only the reason I would take it. So, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of volume, a lot of noise.
Yeah. And, one of the, I think, most important things that in Zoe's question here is they were asking, depending on market environment, right? So let's just look at the market environment in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ yesterday. Okay. We had a weekend gap, and we had a session gap. the market changed. If we can get to my chart so we can see this. Okay, there we go. So, this is the session gap, and this is the weekend gap. And the market opened outside of range and outside of value, and, basically above the entire week of last week. So something changed. That tells me that I may be looking for opportunities early to very early in the trading session to get the best trade location of the day. And yesterday it played out. So context, the market's out of range, out of balance, something changed. The yellow line right here is the 1 minute opening range. Okay? If we are looking for continuation, sometimes when we open out of range, out of balance, there's a change in the market. The earlier opportunities may come early in the session, sometimes even within the first minute or 5 minutes of the regular trading hour session, which actually happened yesterday. Okay, so if we're looking for context, opening out of range, out of balance with a gap, there's a better opportunity. There might be an earlier opportunity early in the session, which again proved to be the truth yesterday. The opening range, 1 minute, was the absolute low of the entire session. Best trade location. But again, we knew that the market had changed. We had a session gap, we had a weekend gap. Something changed the markets. The opportunity might come earlier in the session, which it did. Okay, that said, what about today? What's different about today, and why would we probably have a better opportunity if we were patient and waited at least for maybe the first 15 minutes? Well, the major difference is the market opened, and this is the opening range right here in the S&P, 76.24 quarter up to 76.29 half. The market opened basically at settlement in the middle of the area of value that it established yesterday. Value in volume profile is where 70% of the volume was executed in the previous regular trading hour session. Of course, you can expand market profiles, but for the purpose of this is yesterday's regular trading hour volume profile. Okay, so when we open right in the middle of value, there's very little change in the perception of value. That's all that tells me. So when I'm coming into a trading day, looking at the market that's probably going to be opening in the middle of value, right at settlement, there's very little change there. That tells me I may be better off being patient and perhaps looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. Okay, this is very easy to see in hindsight. I get that. But the more you keep track of this and how the market opens and how price action is treated when it's outside of range, outside of value, change over the weekend, inside value, at settlement, there are nuances that you can begin to understand and hopefully kind of bring into your intuition over time. Today was one of those days I would have said, you know what, I'm waiting. Not we're going to be looking for anything right off the open. And it was within the first 25 minutes that we put in the initial balance high, which lined up nicely with value high from yesterday. So now you've got an inflection level. It's just a level, but it actually ends up putting in the high, very low risk. And, the market did kind of roll over. Well, so in your question is the market in balance, in value, in range, or is it out of range and out of balance? An open out of balance from the previous session has a higher probability of better trade location early in the session. Of course, none of this is perfect, and none of it is going to be the same ever twice, right? Once you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions, but it can help give you reference to say, okay, well, you know what? We're right in the middle of value. Maybe being patient will find me better trade location. And in this case, yes, it was. Yesterday, the market opened out of range, out of balance with a gap. The market was bought right from the open, and the best trade location was right on the open. Two ways that you can hypothesize outcomes on those two particular types of days. And Zoe, I hope that helps you.
Well, and there's nothing better than demanding good trade location towards your strategy, right, Hogue? I mean, especially in like rollover. I mean, we're all getting impatient. We all jump the gun, and then we're, complaining about, patience. And it was in chat all this morning. Everybody's like, stay patient, stay patient. And we were just sideways along. And, once again, it's one of those things. It's kind of like gold today. Gold's got a very tight range and looked like it was going to break out and then see it. So just it's a pattern around us today. And as traders, it's up for us to either wait for the good trade location and minimize the risk, or get yourself chopped the hell up in the middle, which we've all done that one as too. So pick your poison.
When we're talking about this, these are things that all of us have learned through experience. Everybody has their own experience. There are always going to be people that are going to argue with you and tell you you are wrong and that you're an idiot and all of those things, and you cannot listen to them. Don't give the people time that you wouldn't ask for advice from. If it's working for you, then it's working. These are our ideas, things we've learned over time, and we hope that they help all of you. All right. Zoe has another question, and they're asking, what's the best time of the year to trade? I know, Hoop, you've probably got a lot to say about this, and a lot of it depends on the product that you're trading. Hoop, you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, traders would always tell you, depending on what type of your trader you are, I think it's definitely, we talk about, December, and the equities tend to, we talk about Christmas rallies and directional markets. I don't know. Usually I say, to me, the best time of the year is letting the first of the year kind of settle in. So I usually say, like, to me, it just seems like all traders are kind of all hands on by the middle of January. And I think that January, February, and that March, those first, you get into that first 3 quarters, I just think, you find a lot of institutions are positioning for the year. But once again, it depends what type of trader you are too. More directional moves tend to happen, in the summer, like where we're walking into now, up into the right moves, where volatility might drop off. So I think it also depends what kind of trader. But to me, the most volume and the most activity tend to be, it's been a little different with Trump, but January, mid-January to March or April. April's been the big one. So, but that's kind of where, and then after the 15th of December, I definitely lighten up because a lot of traders, are disappearing.
Yeah. The major players have made their money. They're just hanging out. A lot of speculators probably taking some time off for the holidays. They always used to say summer was kind of slow, but man, I've seen some really good summers. Ray, being a teacher, you probably look forward to a good trading summer. What do you think about this summer?
I mean, this summer actually has been quite nice. I think the volatility has been great. I think there's opportunities abound, right? I think it's a matter of remaining patient. But I think the idea here is I think we want to follow the bankers, right, and understand what they do, right. And we know that we mentioned already this December 15th. Well, people are going away for holidays, right? Well, the people who move markets are not in the market, right? So it stands to reason that we wouldn't want to be a part of it as a result of that, right? So kind of following kind of the sort of the that kind of path, I think gives you kind of an idea of when you should be active in the market and when you should be kind of maybe looking at what the bankers are doing and maybe going away for vacation, right? So, but summer months historically have been kind of slow months, but I think this year in particular, I think with all the events that we've had with the Middle East and things of that nature, I think that's increased the volatility and it's made summer maybe a lot more active than maybe I remember it. So yeah, far more volatile these days than I remember summer months being. So, and I think, like I said, it depends, right? It depends on all the other kind of world events that could be implicating what trading here a little bit. So.
And none of this is written in stone. Things can happen where the markets can certainly change. Things can change in the markets, of course, and so it's just really, I think, a matter of recognizing what the market is offering, accepting what the market is offering. Sometimes the market's going to offer a lot more, and sometimes it's going to offer a little bit less. So it's really just a matter of context, risk management, and patience. Thanks for the questions, Zoe. We greatly appreciate it. And hopefully that's going to help all of you. All right. So Danny has a question. Is the MES compressed due to FMC tomorrow? FOMC tomorrow. ES, MES, NASDAQ, MNQ. I mean, it's a judgment call, but to me, they all look like they are a little bit less liquid, right? We're seeing less size on the bids and offers, if that's what you mean by compressed. We actually got a bigger range today in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps than I was kind of originally hypothesizing. So, we had some pretty decent ranges in the overnight session in crude oil. I don't really know if it's compressed, but I can definitely feel in the dome. And don't forget its rollover that the liquidity is split between two different contracts, and I think that may have more to do with it than the FOMC meeting tomorrow. Again, we were looking for ranges today. We extended outside the range from yesterday in the Nasdaq to the downside, so I think we've seen more range than I was expecting today. But is it compressed? I don't know. What do you think? What would you say to that?
I think it's a combination of the two, like you were just talking about, Hogue. I don't think, the Fed, obviously, there's probably maybe a little bit of apprehension because of a new Fed chair, and they're not sure how the market's going to react. Is how hawkish. I mean, it's pretty obvious if you look at the Fed Watch tool. There's not a real curveball going to be thrown. At least we don't think. But I will definitely be tuning in for the watch party. I still have, as you can see behind me, I'm missing wearing a construction hat because Jerome's gone, but he's there in thought, right? But yeah, I think, for sure, it's a little bit of both. Plus, we came off 2 extremely volatile days. So, Hogue, we like to say the market sometimes has a hangover. It does. So that could also be.
I've been known to have a hangover too once in a while, but not so much lately. All right, we are going to take a moment for news break here. We got SpaceX has acquired the fastest growing AI coding tool, Cursor, in a $16 billion all-stock deal. SpaceX already buying stuff.
They sure are, Hogue. That's right, a $60 billion deal to buy coding agent Cursor. Cursor is a competitor of Anthropic's Claude Code and OpenAI's Codex. According to the company's website, Cursor is used by 64% of Fortune 500 companies. SpaceX said in April that Cursor had given SpaceX the right to buy it.
The deal is seen as a big step for SpaceX to try to catch up to market leaders OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. CEO Elon Musk has been pushing SpaceX to be more AI focused. SpaceX combined with Musk's xAI earlier this year with the ambition to eventually launch data centers into space. Data centers and space, guys. The
It's
future
cold
is
up
now.
Well, as Elon had a couple extra billion laying around, digging a hole in his
Trillion.
pocket, so why not? Why not buy it? Right. So Ray, I didn't give you much of a chance to talk about, what you're thinking about. You feel like the market's compressed before the FOMC tomorrow, or just doing what it does?
I think I think before any sort of news event, I think there's always kind of a little bit of quiet before the storm. I think the interest rate decision is always kind of looming, is always going to cause the market to maybe act a little bit more range. And I think you guys all touched on other factors that could be contributing to that as well, right? So rollover, I think, is also maybe we're having split volume between. Also probably is impacting that as well. So I think there's a variety of factors, but I think generally when we have big news events, we generally are quiet before that. So an FOMC being one of those, I generally kind of circle that. I always want to know when that's going to be taking place because I know that equities are generally kind of quiet before that. So
Thank you, Ray. Dan the Man is asking, we keep saying that during rollover, Delta is tricky to rely on. Could you please explain how during rollover the June contract influences the September contract in terms of managing these positions on different contracts? So if you're trading the June contract, there's really not much of a difference in managing those contracts in that contract. If you're in the September contract, there's really not that much of a difference in managing those positions in the September contract. But if you are a longer time frame participant, an institution perhaps that has 10,000 e-minis in a position in the June contract that they want to roll into the September contract, that's where the rollover comes in. So if I'm a institution and I have 10,000 longs in the June that I want to move into September, I'm going to have to sell the June and buy the September. Now, there's a couple of ways I can do that. I can work the spread, which is a one tick difference between the bid and offer, and I would be buying the spread. And so I want to buy the spread on the bid because if I do get them bought on the bid, then I save myself 10,000 ticks. If I have to pay up and lift the offer, I'm probably going to be costing myself more than 10,000 ticks. Now, there's another way that traders do execute rollovers, and that's by legging. They can get out of the longs in the June contract while accumulating the new longs in the December contract, but in not using the spread, they put themselves at outright risk. So if I do buy the June cheap and I sell the December expensive, I actually can make money on the roll. How it affects Delta is just because the front contract is going to probably be skewed because of the activity of some of the spreaders. If they're using market orders or if they're using limit orders, it's just going to be just a little bit different. So in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, that the delta becomes a little bit blurry during rollover as well as volume. You're not going to see the same volume in the June contract today that you're going to see in the September contract because the volume has rolled over. So there's just minor differences on how that changes the market. Ray, am I missing anything there?
no, no, I don't think so. I think you are spot on.
So there's still opportunities. Markets are still providing market generated information. The auction is still the auction. The process is still Same, it's just a little bit different sometimes in the execution because of rollover. Great question, Dan the man. Hoop, do you want to add anything to that, or do we get that?
No, the delta thing is, once again, it's a splitting volume thing. So I'm just, once again, we all say take it in context, right? During rollover, you know, you can see things, but once again, it's the clarity part of it, right? So, no, I think you covered it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Saidu is asking, what's the difference between 10 MNQ and 1 NQ?
It's the same.
Well,
Well, 1 MNQ? Yeah, it's 1/10.
10 MNQ and 1 NQ.
Oh, it's the same.
Scalability.
Right? Right? Nominal and nominal risk, they're the same.
Yeah.
What's the difference, though?
Well, it gives you a lot more flexibility to get in and out of trades, right? So there's a scalability factor that you have in the 10 MNQ that you don't have in the 1 mini. You're all in, all out. The 10MQ provides you a lot of abilities to leg in and leg out. So that's where the beauty of the micro contracts come in.
Yeah, it's the same nominal value, 10 micros to 1 mini. The difference is the flexibility of being able to get in and out in pieces.
Yep.
It's going to cost you more. The commission is going to be a little bit more
Mhm.
for 10 micros than 1 mini. But overall, I mean, that's the difference is, they're both the same nominal value. Just the micros allows you to get out or in pieces, which a lot of traders make that part of their strategies. Did we miss anything, Hoop?
No, it just always brings a smile to my face when I think about that one guy who was flipping. He spent like $1,900 a side and flipping. I think we figured out he was like, I forget what percentage of the volume of the mini market in NASDAQ he did in one day. It was nuts. So yeah, it's scalability, 100%. But it's also, once again, if it doesn't fit your strategy, like Coach Emmanuel, you hear him talk. I mean, he's a one or twoer. Where, scalability wise, I'm always like I'd rather use 3 micros or 5 micros than anything I do because I'm a scalper, right? So I always feel like I want to, if I catch a piece of it, I always, once again, it's just a habit of me. I want to have a runner if the market continues to go. If you're one, you're all in, you're all out, baby. That's what it is. So, depends on your style.
Thanks, guys. Okay. Philip Thomas is asking, with gold opening at 720 Central, what period do you use for your market volume profiles? Thank you. So most platforms are not going to let you start or end on anything but the hour or the half hour. I have a platform for my market profile charts that allows me to open gold at 720, and it keeps that as the 30 minutes are always on the 20 and the 50 with that in that regard. If you don't have a platform, you can kind of set it up that way. If you use a smaller time frame chart, like a 5-minute chart, we'll show you where the 720 open is. And you can also set your initial balances off of that. I don't know if that's necessarily all that necessary. I mean, sometimes the differences in this are going to be somewhat small, but in certain situations, it can mean a lot, particularly when we're looking at failed upside or downside auctions based off the 720 open. I know it's a challenge to try and do that, but if you do it, you may find that it might be helpful for you. Just by looking at a 5-minute candlestick chart, recognize where the 720 open is, where the 750 time change is, and try and, at least for the first hour, keep track of those. After that, I don't think it's really going to matter much. After that, again, I don't think it's going to matter much. Ray, I mean, you're looking at basically the volume profiles off the 730 open. Does it seem like that they make that much of a difference to you if and when you're trading gold?
Yeah, I honestly, I set all my volume profiles for 730. And I think, but maybe it's a little bit of a hassle kind of modifying charts, since I'm looking at charts on a much higher time frame, not much higher, but 15 minutes, right? It's really conducive to my ability to set the profile up at the 730 hour rather than 720.
Okay.
Right. So that's there's that comes into it. And I haven't really found a whole lot of difference between it, to be honest. And I just kind of gravitated to the 730. Now I do have a story along those lines. Is I when I first started, I was kind of mapping out my profile, and I got myself into an early ORB trade, losing, not recognizing that there was a sort of news event happening at the 730 hour or 730. So I got my early part of trading. I actually got blown out of my combine because I lost sight of some sort of news event. So that's also maybe a little bit of a safeguard now. I think that based on that scar, I'm just kind of waiting for that 730 to kind of print, and then start to look at things. So that's kind of maybe
Sure.
historical. I haven't really kind of recovered from that experience, I guess.
Yeah. When there's 730 numbers, of course, that's gonna throw a
Yeah,
horseshoe into
that
the
was one of the
works,
things
right?
I learned early on.
Awesome.
The hard way.
All right. Jenish is asking, or actually saying that the lockout feature in Topstep X is great. I've personally used it before. It saved me from making impulsive trades. But if a trader needs to rely on the lockout feature every single day, that shows a lack of emotional control and discipline. If someone is consistently acting unpredictably and needs a system to stop them from themselves, can they truly become a good trader in the future? Fascinating question, Jenish. Whoop. I'm going to let you start on this. Do you really
Yeah,
need
I
the
mean,
lockout feature?
I do. I'll be straight. I mean, just I know me, and everybody's like, you should have that discipline. You've been trading for this long, and should be able to turn yourself off. Nope, I need help. That's why they're there. So I'll be the first to say that. A lot of people think, and once again, Hogue, it's still for me comes from where I came from. I can't. For years I've molded down how reactive I used to be, but to say that at times, you talk about it, Hogue, the venom, uh, the ability to stop and looking for the next trade and all that. I need once again, and everybody, I would say a majority, and I think both you guys would have testified this, that most people say that the tool they use most inside of Topstep X is the risk setting. Period. So I'm no, because I'm a coach. Does that mean you should be able to just do that on your own? Well, okay. At times I can. So I put the risk settings in there, the guardrails are up, and I'm good to go. And I accept, and once again, here's the other thing, and you guys both know about this one. People who just put the liquidate on there, right? Liquidate, but they don't put liquidate and block. How many people have we talked to going back to VIP that said, well, didn't do that one because they liquidated and they were right back in there? So, once again, we've always told, said Hogue, you're going to learn more about yourself personally in this journey than anything. So that's up to the traders. Some people can do it, shut it off, they're done, and good to go. But yeah, it's a setting that I need, 100%.
Sure nice to have there, though, isn't it? I mean, Ray,
Oh,
do you
yeah.
use it?
Rarely.
Yep.
I've never, to be honest, have ever locked myself out. But I think it's just I think it's really a personality thing.
Yep.
You know, you have to recognize when you're wrong and know when to step away. And I think that's more.
Mhm.
I think that's different for everybody. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer there. I don't think that makes you any less of a trader. Actually, in some ways, I think having the lockout feature and knowing that you are at that, you know, are susceptible to going into tilt or revenge trading and being disciplined enough to hit the lockout feature, I think is commendable, right? Because I think a lot of people struggle with that. So, yeah, I don't think it necessarily makes you a lesser of a trader. I think it just, again, everybody's wired differently. You know, and you know, I've grown, and I wasn't always that way. I mean, yeah, I think one of the things that I think that really is, I think the I say the catalyst behind all this is that nobody wants to walk away from the platform a loser, right? I have lost money, right? And I think that's what's is the catalyst that kind of drives a lot of this behavior, right? So, but that was something that I learned over time. I realized that I don't have control over the markets. I realized that I need to be trading my process, and the byproduct is the equity and that kind of thing. But that was, that was an evolution, right? So I guess I built my own little lockout feature as a result of it, right? Because as a result of my experiences, but
Yeah, and that's good. But Jenish, just because you want to use the lockout feature or feel like you need to use the lockout feature every day doesn't diminish the fact that you're probably a good trader. Maybe sometimes we just need a little help to stay in the game.
yeah,
I kind of look at the lockout feature as the helmet and shoulder pads and knee pads of a football player because those are the tools of his trade. And the lockout feature can just be another tool in your trade of being a trader. And it doesn't make you any less of a trader if you want to lean on it. It's okay. You might get to the point where you forget about it. You get to that point and you stop trading anyway. I think it's just really good training just to have that there to keep you from from getting over your
yourself.
skis,
Yeah.
right?
And the trailing part of it too, Hogue, right? We always talk about, how much, if you have a good day and you want to keep going, trailing yourself behind you. So, how many times in VIP guys did we hear, I was up to $2,500 and I ended up hitting my DLL. I'm like, what? I mean, so the trailing part of it, you hear Mandy talk about it a lot. And even as a scalper to, get up underneath there. And, once again, a lot of traders don't give it back. Hogue, you would say, hey, I'm trading good. Once I give 3 strikes and I'm continue to trade, I'm done. So the trailing part of it can be very good too, as locking in a profitable day.
Mm. Yeah, it's always been
Brutal.
one of my
Yeah.
weak points is once I start losing off the high water mark, I want it back.
Mm-hmm.
And
Where does
I've
that come
ruined
from, Hogue?
some really good days and turned them into some really bad days just because
Yeah.
I wasn't there to stop myself and I didn't have
Mhm.
that tool. I think it's a very useful tool. A lot of days I probably would have benefited from a football helmet and some shoulder pads because when it comes
Crash
down
helmet or
on you,
something. Yeah.
it comes down on you sometimes pretty hard. Yeah, you don't want to be
Mhm.
a crash test dummy. And I've done that a few times. Not gonna lie. I think we all have. I think we all have. Well, time sure flies when we are having fun, guys. I know this just rips through, and we didn't get to your question today. Be here tomorrow. We will start with those tomorrow, and we do appreciate everybody putting in all these questions. We appreciate all the comments, all the suggestions, all the things you guys talk about in the chat. Love you all. Make sure you hit like and uh, make sure you subscribe and hit notify and all of those good things. We are looking forward to seeing somebody new here today. We've got Carson coming first time on Top Step TV. Looking very much forward to meeting Carson. He's going to be joined by JD and Coach Vince with Trade with Top Step. Ray, Hoop. Blessings to you guys. Thanks for everything.
Likewise.
And we'll talk again probably tomorrow. And trade well, folks. Again, Trade with Top Step coming up next. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is 1:02 p.m. in the Central Time. We call it Chicago time. That means it's time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You know Coach Vince, my other bookend over there, and our guest of honor, the man in the middle. We have live funded trader Carson is joining us from the great state of Arizona today. Good afternoon, Carson. How are you doing? What's going on?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great and glad to be here. And yeah, like I said, out in Arizona, just got first live account through Topstep. So yeah, enjoying the weather and enjoying the trades.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us here on Topstep TV. Looking forward to learning more about you, digging into your charts, digging into your setups. It's going to be a good hour. Before we get started, though, Vince, what's going on with you? You just got into a gold trade? Is that what you were saying a minute ago?
Yep. Long gold. So good afternoon, JD. Nice to meet you, Carson. Congratulations on your account there. I took a couple hits today when I was on earlier, and I'm on my way back right now. Let me see if I can look this gold. So I'm long 2 MGC. I was started with 1, and I added a contract, so my average is a little bit higher than where I got in earlier. But we're long from 2 at 43.55.40. We're getting up near value high, so I have a target just above it. I'm going to manage around this level to see how we react. Yeah, this 68 to 63s, there was a lot of buying and selling going on, right? You can see right here with all these bars just back and forth. So if I can't poke through it soon, I'll probably exit it with a small profit and then just look for another opportunity here. What about you guys?
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Carson, you're kind of holding off. You're telling us in the green room. You're holding off a little bit due to FOMC week. Didn't want to get caught up in all the chatter, which is totally acceptable because we've got some real choppy markets today. That's for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of my strategy is essentially continuation and more of like momentum moves. So usually waiting for, I usually trade, I'm on basically 30 minutes into open. So I guess that'd be 11 Eastern time. I usually trade like that first, I guess 11, I guess like 30 minutes after the market opens, typically that first hour of the day, I'm waiting for more of like kind of a clear direction and then kind of follow that. So usually waiting for a move that's in confluence with like the EMAs and the VWAP. And right now the VWAP is pretty far away from the EMAs. So, I mean, none of these would really be like an ideal setup for me. And really kind of the only time that I usually do break that rule would usually be in a situation like this where we're kind of getting towards the end of the day after a strong either upwards and downwards move and kind of looking for not like probably a super strong move, but probably like a low volatility kind of push back up here. Probably targeting, let's see.
Yeah, what price are you looking at? You say back up here.
Probably, I mean, around like the 600s from here. Or, I mean, right now, probably wait for it to like retest, kind of balance out a bit, and then get like a tight stop long, probably gauge how it's looking at like the 540 levels, and then see if I kind of want to keep holding or just go ahead and get out and take some profit on. One thing that I've been seeing, especially this week, because I was looking at my data the other day, and I guess with that strategy or with kind of taking a lot of moves that are in confluence and kind of on the same side of the VWAP and EMA or EMAs, like 92% of my trades over the last 30 days have been longs with essentially the price action that we've had. So I mean, like the sweet spot that I've been looking for has kind of been like wait for that opening chop, wait for it to kind of settle back, and then take some sort of price action long up for like 20 to 30 points, and then kind of just call it a day. So yeah, I mean, historically, these days are kind of like these strong downward days are typically the days that I don't do great. So I've been trying to limit my trades, and honestly, that was kind of what had halted a lot of my trading growth would be just like destroying myself on days like these, like trying to just like force trades over and over again. So now when it's like, when I see something where I'm just like, okay, this isn't a clear setup or kind of like a clear base hit for me, I mean, I try to stay out, or I'll wait until like an hour like now when it kind of slows down a bit. But then, I mean, like we've got the SpaceX stuff too, which is kind of just adding noise. And then there's always like now the ceasefire stuff. So yeah, I mean, I've been trying to just wait for basically as little volatility as possible, and just wait for something to kind of push up or down off of the EMAs and just catch like 20 to 30 points, unless it looks like there's real room for upside. And yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to get really that momentum or kind of like strong push upward right now. But I mean, this movement would be where I would typically check down like a smaller time frame. Yes, I mean, now we've got the VWAP there, EMA. So actually this
What'd
kind
you
of
check down
sets
to
up
there?
for
You went from
the 30
5 minute to a 30-second, 1
I
minute
was
to a
on
30-second?
Yeah, so I was on the 2 minute down to a 30-second.
Okay, gotcha,
So
gotcha.
I mean, like, yeah, this actually looks pretty good for what I would usually take.
Oh, look at that. Carson just got in a trade. All right.
All right.
Looks like we are
Let's
playing
go.
into the long side in the NASDAQ. Trading the NASDAQ or the micro NASDAQ on this account?
Just NASDAQ.
NQ, got it.
All
So yeah,
right.
you're talking about big
long
moves.
goal, long NQ.
We've been getting mixed signals from these markets all day long today. We've got the NASDAQ making a move lower. The S&P is just gone flat sideways. We're still trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. And then we got the Dow ripping up to new all-time highs. So, 3 index markets all doing different things today. It creates a little, I guess you would call it wiggliness, right? You lose a little confidence in some of your trades, so you're not seeing follow through from the other indices, especially since the S&P and the NASDAQ have they share so many of the same stocks. You'd think as one moves, one would follow, right? But we're just not getting that today. It's kind of definitely a different trade scenario. But I saw your bracket order when you entered this trade, Carson. What are your parameters? What are your risk parameters on this trade?
Yeah, so usually, I mean, my base settings are typically around 500 or risk 500, profit 1500. And I mean, a big part of my strategy is I usually have really tight stops and give it a lot of room to kind of run up to give it a lot of room to run and then kind of gauge how the trade is looking. So a lot of my trades that are technically losses are either small losses or kind of like near the break even mark. And like on a trade like this, I mean, I would usually be kind of like adding a contract here and then kind of moving up I'll just do it, or probably wait a second. But usually on something like this, I would kind of add a contract in. Let's see if we get something. So, I mean, usually if it kind of breaks out above like probably this mark, like the 95s, would be looking to kind of add a contract in.
So your hold times aren't that crazy, right? You're getting in and out multiple times per day, right? You got into this trade just a minute ago. You're looking to add into it and sort of get out real fast. You're not taking a lot of downside heat at all.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, 80% of them are usually like 2 minutes or less.
Okay.
Yeah, so usually definitely not holding super long. Honestly, that's probably where I've given away the most profit has been. I think we're making stop, but it's probably where I've given away the most profit this year has been trades that were up where I just haven't taken that profit. Like it's almost sickening, especially earlier in the year, like probably like March or April, the amount of trades that would be up like 1,000, 1,500. I mean, good chunks, and would let it kind of get all the way back down, and then end up like break even or losing, and then kind of that starts the the psychological cycle of like taking trades you shouldn't trade. So I've been a lot more focused lately on kind of just like, if it doesn't go my way, it doesn't go my way. But if it is going my way, like I want to take profit and kind of get out and get off the computer, because especially for me and probably for most traders, the longer I'm on the computer, usually it's more damage than upside. And like my first 2 to 3 trades of the day are almost always like high quality setups, and then they kind of just deteriorate the more that I trade and the longer that I'm in front of the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at your charts, what's that stochastic down at the bottom? What's that indicator you're looking at? Some kind of momentum indicator?
Yeah, so that's just like just a basic RSI one. Really, the only time I use that is when it's kind of just chopping around to see if it starts getting like way overbought or way oversold, just because that kind of will give me a bias. Actually may get kind of what I'm looking for here.
Still a little
But
choppy,
yeah,
right?
I would say, yeah. And especially with all the fake outs and kind of the price action, like I feel like it's kind of like waiting for a setup that kind of immediately gets eaten up. It's like I'll add another contract and then it'll go right down to the stop just to kind of like take out liquidity, and then it'll start going back up. So I mean, it's chopping more than what I like, because usually it seems like the more it chops, the less likely it is kind of be a favorable trade. There we go.
That's that's the toughest part about being a momentum or a breakout trader. You want that move to happen real fast. You feel like the longer you sit around, the worse your odds get, right? So did you just get out of that? Did you scratch that?
Yeah, it just hit stop. And yeah, probably the one downside on that trader that what made it a little bit forced was just kind of going long straight off of like this imbalance, and probably not having enough. Let me check back to a better time frame. I mean, even I honestly still even kind of like the long, just because we got this push back up. So I mean, with this, it's not really like what I would consider like kind of like my prime setup, but I do think it's like playable, because also we've got on the 1 hour chart, we're kind of testing. Let me see. I've got on my trading view. Let's see if I have the.
All right. Let's kick it over to Vince real quick. Vince, you're still in this gold trade. How you feeling about it? Vince is still long gold.
So far, yeah, we're chilling right now, JD. We're just we're in that sticky zone, right, where we're battling against the bulls and the bears. There was a lot of trades taking place here, probably about 2 hours ago, and we're at that level. So it's a battle zone. So we're gonna see if we can break through it. If we can, hopefully I'll get a little stop run above it. You know, I feel like there's some stops sitting up here, and if we can take it out, my target is just above that. So I'm hoping maybe test up there, trigger some stops, and then get out of the market. But I did have a question for Carson. So, you know, I like what you were saying there, you know, and you're taking notice of like your trades. And you were saying that, you know, when you hold the longer ones, you tend to hold them too long. But my question to you is, like, I've been in similar situations, right? But do you track like your end result? Like if you were to hold it for, say, that bigger profit target compared to taking it sooner, right? You're getting more quicker profits, maybe a higher win rate, but have you ever like checked them against each other to see when has a better return at the end of it?
Good question.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the answer would be, I mean, probably could track it better and do it more recently with kind of more, I guess, with kind of more the more recent trading that I've been doing, but originally kind of had been doing that out of combine, or not combine accounts, practice accounts, where I was kind of like using the combines or the express fundeds for how I was just regularly trading, and I was using the practice account for more, I guess, more high upside holds or kind of trades. And yeah, I mean, it definitely had higher profit on it for some days. I mean, part of the issue that I had with that, or at least the trap that I kind of fell into with being in a trade longer, was oversizing, kind of as getting kind of more into a bias as the trade played out. So like say if my target was 75 points above or 75 points below, I just tended to, even if I told myself I wasn't going to, kind of just oversizing and kind of scaling into that trade on the way, which I mean kind of ate up some of the profits that probably would have been there if I had stuck with the original trade size and plan. So yeah, that's been a big thing of mine these past few months. It's just like every day trying to take an actionable step on what I know has been kind of like a detriment in the past, because it's rarely ever a chart thing. It's almost always like a psychological or like a tendency or impulse thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I actually battled that something similar, but over my journaling and everything else, what I've learned is, you know, I'm okay with getting stopped at a break even now, and the reason is I was jumping out of trades prematurely because I didn't want to risk the full amount of the trade, and some people do go on tilt, right, and they start to maybe they get mad because you're getting stopped. But I've built like the callus to sustain that, and I've noticed that I have a lower win rate, but I had a higher profit potential, right? At the end of say the year. So I've journaled like trades before, and I'm like, you know what? If I took it here at say 2 times my risk, I was getting X. But if I took them off at 3 or 4 or whatever it is, right? And I did that kind of calculation over time, and I was like, wow, I had a 55% win rate here, but this is showing me a 35% win rate, and then I ended up with a more profits, right, at a 35% win rate. So it's kind of hard to do, right? And if people have a problem with losing, right, it could throw you on tilt, and you could blow up and get all kinds of
Absolutely.
yeah. So it does take get used to something like that. But yeah, good stuff, man.
No, we call that Vince. We call that keeping the math on your side. I was checking out our. I was on Reddit just a little while ago, reading some comments, and I saw somebody posting the same thing on there. But yeah, you can have a low win rate, and be profitable as long as you're keeping the risk on your side, right? Low win rate versus a higher risk to reward means you can be wrong a lot, but when that big one hits, you're going to be good. It also means, though, over time, though, it can be a long time before you hit that next big one. So you really got to be focused on the downside risk also. But you can absolutely play the game like that. No doubt about it. Vince, you moved your stop up to break even. Is that correct? Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, we just lost Vince. Vince went on mute. That's okay. All right, let's get back
so
to.
I'm at break even.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, I'm at break even, and then we're stuck in this 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes in a 30 tick range here in gold. It's kind of frustrating, but we're at BE. See what happens. I'm hoping we can get a little bit of pop here, but like I said, we're fighting an area where the sellers took control finally, right, and brought this market down. So we'll get a little bit more time.
Sounds good. All right, Carson, let's dig into it a little more. So you've been trading with Topstep for about a year, but you've got a couple more years under your belt. What were you doing before you found Topstep? What were you trading?
Yeah, so I had essentially before this was trading. I guess the good answer would be nothing with great consistency. I'd kind of hopped around a few like Forex or stock type prop firms. And I mean, one of the big downsides with that, because I wasn't really knowledgeable enough on like the different platforms or kind of like, I guess, the ins and outs of the games yet, or ins and outs of the game yet. So, I mean, was basically paying, like $800 or $900 per eval and stuff like that. And was just trading a lot tougher instruments. I think Forex is extremely difficult. Like every instrument kind of has its own ups and downs or challenges, but yeah, I've definitely preferred in kind of like NASDAQ, but the first bit of success I found was on basically Tesla, just like opening range strategies where I did pretty well on a prop firm, and they had like uncapped payouts. So at the time, was, I mean, I think close to like a 20,000 payout, or kind of like split up between two payouts. And that was kind of the first bit of success that I had with it, and then came through Topstep and have tried and a handful of the other prop firms. I mean, Topstep, my favorite part about it for sure is like just the interface with Project X. I mean, I think it's like about, I mean, as much as you could ask for with the platform, or it's like a lot of these trading platforms, it's almost like not that they don't want you to succeed, but like they don't have all the advantages that kind of make it easy to succeed, with like seeing your profit and loss, or kind of like risk parameters before entering the trade. So I mean, in terms of like the fills, the visual, I mean, honestly, just the trading platform has been by far what I've had the most success with on Topstep. And it's like, I feel like you guys always do right by your traders, where it's like you always see like horror stories on Twitter, YouTube, stuff like that. So I mean, just start to finish, I mean, I think Topstep has given me about like everything I could ask for, at least in terms of kind of like making more of a push into making trading like my full-time venture. And then outside of trading, I mean, kind of what I was doing before that was I do consulting and advertising, like through my own company that I had started for roofing companies. So I mean, that's kind of what funds the trading side of things and gives me the time to be in front of the computer.
Awesome. Couldn't have said it better myself. Full disclosure, ladies and gentlemen, that was totally unscripted, but that was great. Thank you for that, Carson. Much appreciated. I see you just got into another trade too. What got you back into the market just now?
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this one, but basically was looking for kind of at this level where we had multiple touch points, was waiting for a bit of a push off, which we started to get. And I'm just hesitant to get short here. And I think we're going to get some type of weak push back up to kind of finish off the day. But yeah, basically looking to retest these EMAs and kind of this specific pushback back up was what, or you can see it, but basically that little pushback up. I mean, these are kind of like a lot of the trades that I take. I mean, this isn't an ideal setup, but this is kind of where I'll see, because we've also got a bit of a fair value gap on like the 2-minute chart forming up out of here. So we're targeting.
Yeah, what are you targeting? Give us a level or a price.
Basically looking to push up out of like the 440s up to, I mean, like the 500 range likely. And then would be kind of checking how it interacts with these EMAs. EMAs.
Yep. Okay. You got a profit target way up top. Will you adjust your profit target as we get there?
Yep. Yeah, because honestly, with something like this, would be looking to see if we can kind of scale in if we get a little bit of decent movement, especially if we get like strong momentum kind of through these EMA marks. But usually when I'm actually in a trade, just due to my average trade like hold time being around the 2-minute mark, like usually I'm kind of in 30-second on Topstep, and then I'll have like a background monitor where I've got like the 5-minute, 2-minute, and 15-minute pulled up. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of, I guess, the premise of a lot of my trades is get in where it's kind of tight and has room to kind of work the other way. I mean, looking at it, that probably could have waited for a little bit better confluence there, but this one's kind of playing out how I want it to. But when it starts like coming into something like the VWAP, I mean, that's usually when I'm figuring out if I want to kind of hold it a bit longer or just go ahead and offload it. But yeah, I mean, this is actually a pretty good example, even though the entry wasn't really A+. This is kind of a good example of like how I'm getting into a trades, and a lot of it's more the actual management of the trade probably than it is the actual entry.
Yep.
Because we do have a little bit of room to the upside here, I think, especially after such a strong push down all day. So
it makes sense. Makes sense. Let's take a look at a higher time frame. We might have a potential little, as MP would call it, a treasure map situation happening. There's not a whole lot of time left in the day to actually complete a full trade. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that at all. but it looks like we are definitely developing some structure on the downside. So it's looking good right now. Let's take a look at the tilt. Let's see what our the consensus of our top step traders is right now. Right now, we've got about 61% long in the S&P, 59% long in the NASDAQ, 52% short in crude, and flat in gold. 50-50 in gold right now. What is the price? One more time. What's the price that you're long from again, Carson?
460. Yeah, 460.
460. All right. Looking pretty good. 477 last trade. Beautiful. We're working on getting Vince back in there. Oh, there's Vince. Ding, ding, ding. He's back.
All right.
We were jockeying for a position in this VMix seat a minute ago, Vince. That was kind of funny.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there, but I'm glad we're good now.
Perfect. So, anybody just joined us? Carson is a live funded trader here at Topstep. Just got started in a live funded account. I had that date account created May 29th, right at the end of May. So you've been on this account for just a couple of weeks. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I think like June 2nd. Yeah, but right around there was when I'd started trading on it.
Yep. When you're in your live account, I know we're trading in a combine right now. You're keeping a little powder dry for later in the week when we start getting a little more volatility. Are you taking these same setups in your live account that you are in this combine right now? Does anything change going from a sim account to a live account?
That's a great question.
Not necessarily. And we just got stopped out there. The only thing is, I mean, just on the live account, sometimes I'm more careful with getting in on the volatility, just to get more ideal fill price, or I guess more aware of kind of like the volatility on entry, just because, I mean, to my knowledge, at least on the non-live environment, it typically cuts kind of like right at where your stop loss is, and I've had some that kind of like benefit, or I guess just on the live market settings. It's just something that I wasn't used to before, with kind of like slightly different movement and just order fills and just overall like kind of price movement around that. So I mean, I would say typically play a little bit more conservative on the live account, where it's like on the sims or kind of like demo, we'll definitely load it up or get like a little bit more aggressive during volatility. But like for something like, and this is so the kind of, I'm starting to like again too, even though I just got stopped out, and this is real quick what I'm saying, where it's like sometimes I'll get stopped out and it'll technically be like a small loss or break even, but then it kind of continues to play out. But we'll usually wait till at least the 1 minute candle closes. Like for something like FOMC tomorrow, like I wouldn't touch that with my live account, just because I haven't really had like a volatility event like that in a live setting. So yeah, basically, and also not trading like post market hours, just because that also has moved a little bit differently. So really, it's trading the movement a little bit differently. And also, I'm typically trying to stick to about like one contract max on the live setting, and really just trying to build like good habits there, especially when I have money available for a payout ready to take, because that had like mentally, I had just blown multiple payouts kind of like earlier in the year where I had them there and just like didn't take them. So now I'm just like, when the profit's there, I have to just trade smart, and like, I think it says it on the Topstep website. I feel like I keep plugging the Topstep stuff, but like the trade for tomorrow stuff, like I literally have that in my trading journal, because it's like just I think mentally just the live environment is really different. So just trying to adjust to that and build good habits in it.
The live environment, that's where you become true liquidity, right? You're not playing the game anymore. You're not playing with the practice squad anymore. You're in the real market. You're going toe to toe with some of the smartest people on the planet, right? They say this is the only profession where on day one you are thrown to the wolves, right?
There's big institutions out there that pay people millions and millions of dollars a year to do nothing but take money away from people like us, right? That is their job. So when you step into a live market environment, it can be a little intimidating. But that's why we have things like the trading combine and XFA accounts to make
It's
sure
like
that
taking
you're
a
well
high school
versed.
football team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. We want to make sure you have plenty of experience before you get into that live account. It builds confidence too. The more comfortable you get with your trading setups and your strategies, the more confident you will be in them when you jump in the live account. So that's our purpose, right?
Carson, do you find that you hesitate a little bit when you're going to take a trade in the live account compared to when you were in the XFA or the combine?
That's a really good question. I would say one thing that I've been trying to focus on, I would say yes, but really I've noticed, like, even if I can just like get in a position, like just take like 100 or 2, if I can just start the day green and just see green instead of red, instead of like in the top left, then like that's usually when I trade better. Because it's just like right when I start going red is usually when I start to trade not as well. So usually I just try to make sure that like I've got a better first setup or two on a live account, where it's like on a combine or like XFA or something like that. Like I may not be as meticulous with kind of like that first entry, just because I know that I can kind of trade around for a bit and kind of like more than likely get it back throughout the day, or kind of like work back towards the profit. But usually what I'll do is have like a set daily loss limit and daily profit limit on the account. So it's like I don't end up going up like 3,000 and then giving it back, which I think I actually did, unfortunately, like right when I got the live account and got it back. So yeah, mainly just being a lot more vigilant of kind of taking the profit when it's there on the live account, more than anything. So
very good. Thank you. Question in the chat: what indicators you got up there? You can rewind your screen, rewind your stream. Trading high 512. We did go through Carson's chart setup. He's got a couple moving averages on there, a VWAP and a relative strength indicator down at the bottom, a little RSI. That's keeping it clean. It's a very clean chart. Vince, did you get out of that gold trade when you were
No,
gone?
I'm still long. No, I'm still long. Yeah.
Very cool.
Maybe not for so long though. I mean, it's
Oh, we lost your charts.
5.
You got to reshare your charts. Sorry, Vince. Real quick though, we got some settlement prices for crude oil. West Texas Intermediate crude, the July futures contract settled at $76.05 a barrel. That's down $4.70 on the day, or 5.82%. Decent break in crude oil today. Did you just get back into a trade, Carson? Was that you?
Yeah, I did. I just went short here.
Okay. Switch back over to Carson's charts and check out this trade.
Just I see on the 1 hour, it's starting to kind of peel off the EMA.
Yep.
On here, probably just didn't get like a most ideal entry, but it's kind of starting to move.
When you're entering trades, are you entering at the market or using limit orders? You just want to
all market orders.
All market orders. Just get me in. I want to be part of the move.
Yeah,
it's a very very common with breakout and momentum traders. When you see the move developing, just get in. You can be on it.
Yeah, and the only like typically for something like this, just because I'm starting to see a little bit longer wicks form, I'll usually kind of just move the stop a little bit, because it kind of started getting the move I wanted, but then now I'm seeing those even again. I mean, these are really small time frames and wicks and stuff, but still when I'm trying to get in at really tight stop, there we go. Okay, not ideal. But yeah, because now when I kind of look at like the I would almost consider it's like a bit of no man's land, because I would almost expect a bit of downward movement, but it's like there's just honestly not really anything that I'm seeing that's kind of great on NQ right now. I mean, I think it's probably going to get a little bit more of a push up or down to finish the day, but this is kind of why I was hesitant to go short, was this little push back up around like 30,400. And I still think we're probably going to get a push back up. Like, even I'm looking at these other time frames. I mean, that would probably be my bias, and that's kind of why the first two trades that I got in were longs, because especially like if this 25 more seconds, if this 2-minute candle finishes kind of probably above this purple line, then that's when I would go back down to like the 30-second time frame and look for a long if I was really trying to get in a trade. But again, I'm kind of trying to just show my thinking while we're on live, and I wouldn't consider these like A plus absolutely. So
cool.
Nice.
They do say timing is everything. That's the truth, right? What were you going to say, Vince?
No, I was saying what he's saying is nice, you know, because he's sharing what he's thinking, and a lot of times people don't know what you're thinking. So it's great to do something like that, so at least everybody knows, you know, where you're going with it. So
absolutely, definitely. Thank you for sharing. Carson, thank you for sharing what you're thinking, is what I meant to say. Thank you for sharing your stream of conscious as you're putting a trade on. It's very cool. Very cool. Yeah. All right, let's take a quick look at these markets. Then we're going to bring in Gabe for a quick news break. Last trade in the ES, I'm looking at micro contract here, 76.05 quarter. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 30,452. Last trade in micro Bitcoin, 65,830. Dow's trading up at 52,554. Crude oil, 76.25. We got a little rip after settlement came out in crude oil, and gold is resting gently at 43.61. All right, with that, we've got some Robinhood news for you. Robinhood is making headlines today for its first job cut in 3 years, and it sounds like a pretty massive layoff. Let's roll it, Gabe.
Brokerage firm Robinhood is cutting 10% of its staff in a restructuring. It's a little shy of 300 employees. This is the first major layoff in 3 years, as Robinhood says it's focusing on being lean and disciplined. The company's CEO told employees Tuesday that its business has never been stronger. In April, Robinhood posted slightly higher profit for its first quarter. Revenue jumped 15% on prediction market trades and growth in subscriptions.
Ooh, Robinhood trimming some fat. Do you believe them when they say business hasn't been better? Has never been better? Could it be true? Who uses Robinhood? Or who's ever used Robinhood, I should ask. I guess you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Actually, I think I might have used them to buy some crypto once. That was probably it.
I have never opened a Robinhood account, to be honest with you. I've looked at it many times. Never pulled the trigger on it.
I think I logged into it once. I should probably log into it just to see what things are doing. Crypto ain't doing too good right now, so maybe I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I say last print in micro Bitcoin, 65,840. It's off the lows, but
my long time target is 38,000 on that one.
So, Carson, the strategy, how long did it take you to come up with it? It's been working. It looks like it's been working. I'm looking at some notes that I was given. You've been doing this for a year. You've taken plenty of payouts, so you know you're doing something right. You've passed quite a few evals. You got into quite a few XFAs. You're training the live account. How long did it take you to find your strategy and get it set up and fine tune it, I should say?
Yeah, I mean, I would say probably part of finding it was that and still probably the thing that I work on the most is like the over trading side of things, where it's like when I've got good like pattern recognition, like originally or naturally, and when I'm looking at the charts, it's like I see kind of when I think there's about to be like strong movement one way or another. So it probably started with a little bit of like over trading, and then just with more exposure to the markets, kind of saw what was making it tick and kind of what what common patterns were, and then from there it's really just been trying to like put as much constraints on myself as possible, whether that's like max amount of daily trades, rules that we kind of need in order to enter trade, stuff like that. So I would say really probably took about a year of just getting destroyed, and then or probably about 6 months of getting destroyed. And then this year has really been where it's turned the corner. And probably the big thing was just finding consistency on the day to day, whether it's like the times that I'm trading for sure. That was a big one. Because it's like if you're looking at the same time frame every day, for the most part, you kind of see similar movement. Like if I'm starting my day at like 10 Eastern, then it's like I'm seeing that 10 Eastern kind of like volume surge come into the market. And then when I'm looking at the chart to start that hour, it's like I'm looking at the previous 1 hour chart, and I'm like, okay, are we getting strong movement one way? Are we getting it like wicks? So then that kind of like gives me a little bit of a bias as well. So I think having kind of like that daily consistency is probably the biggest thing that's helped me, because it's just given me consistency in the day-to-day variables, and then kind of being able to like fine tune those variables with it.
Very good. Very good.
Then,
yeah, it's not an easy process, I should say. It's a slow process. It doesn't
Tough business.
It's a very tough business. It's very, very extremely rare for someone to just dive into these markets and start making money hand over fist. It does not happen overnight for 99.999999% of us, you know.
Yeah. That's the worst thing that could really happen, right? Is you come in off the gate and just make a ton of money, and you think it's like the easiest thing in the world, right?
Yeah. You start thinking you're smarter than the market, and then all of a sudden you wake up and it's all gone one day, right?
Oh yeah.
And real quick,
That's
like
a pretty common
this on
scenario.
like the
Go ahead, Carson.
Okay, this on like the 2-minute chart setup, where we kind of start to get this like leg up, is kind of what I'd be looking for, because we've got like an hour, basically hour and like hour and a half left in the day. So now is like kind of when especially once and this kind of like higher low is kind of what I'm looking for, or kind of what I was looking for from the start, because I mean, that would kind of be what makes it a good trade, or kind of meets my parameters. And even still, I mean, it could just slam down off of these EMAs, but like usually on this second leg up, I mean, that used to be like probably one of my better trades setups, was kind of this like end of the day setup, when I had a bit of a different schedule and I was kind of catching like the end of the day movement. Like, yeah, especially if it can push through the EMAs, like this is what I would consider like a good trade. So yeah, I mean, that just to call out was kind of like, and it may not play out, just like no trade is kind of guaranteed to play out, but like that is kind of what I would consider a good entry on it, or a better entry at least. And then
Very good, very good.
moving this
Yeah,
up.
and that's why you got in right here. Gotcha. What's your entry price on this trade, Carson?
453.
453. Got it. And if you're just joining us, Carson did say earlier he's only trades regular trading hours. He's trading the New York session. Doesn't trade overnight too much. Likes to wait a little bit for not the full initial balance, but sit on the sidelines, wait for the market to sort of calm itself down after the open, and then start looking for trade setups, which is a very mature thing to do, instead of just diving in right on the open or something. Yeah, that's a good strategy for sure. All right.
It's nice to reset at the end of the day too. You know, you take a break, because really we could trade 23 hours a day. So
it's true. Very true.
It's nice to get a mental reset too, you know.
We've got tilt building to the long side in crude oil ever since settlement price came out. Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, just gotten stopped out. Yeah. Gotcha. I still kind of like the long up at some point, but probably just call it for now unless anything jumps out.
Yeah, we're doing a little barcoding right now, but yeah, this has got to be tough on a momentum breakout trade. But the risk is so small. you're not getting killed taking these trades too, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, usually that's kind of how it'll end up playing out, where it's like kind of trade back and forth for like 3 or 4 trades, and then it's like get that one trade that goes for like 1,500, 2,000, and then kind of just call it a day.
Perfect.
Exactly. Small losses, and then get a nice win.
Gains. How many trades a day would you say you take? Do you take more than 10, 15, 20, 80?
In terms, I mean, the way that it counts on Topstep, because I typically will go like buy one, buy one, buy one. I would say, I mean, like actual trades, like what I would consider like a position, probably, I mean, 7 or 8. I mean, if the first 1 or 2 hits for like a good profit, then I'm just going to lock out. But if it's like, if I'm trading for like 4 or 5 and it's kind of just going like back and forth a few $100s, and it's like if I can get any green or profit, then I'll try to just call it. But yeah, usually I would say like 7 trades on average, or 7 kind of like different positions or entries and exits, even though it kind of may be scaled in or scaled out.
Mm-hmm. At what point do you At what point do you scale down from minis to micros? Does that ever happen?
I don't really. Part of it is probably as I'm not used to the movement as much, even though I know it's kind of simpler movement. I've honestly never really done that or gotten used to it. But honestly, now that you say that, like this would probably be a decent time to do that, just because it's kind of getting towards like the limits on this combine or whatever. But yeah, I'm basically always on just minis.
Trading the minis. Yep. Gotcha. Vince still hanging out in this gold trade. Carson took a couple of trades here during trade with Topstep. We've got Power Hour coming up next. We'll get into that schedule in a minute. Man, these markets have gone a little bit sideways. See what played out in crude there, by the way, Vince? The tilt got up to about 75% long, and then we started seeing sellers step in.
Okay.
Is this a pattern? Is this a pattern in the tilt for crude oil?
It could be. You know what happens in the crude market.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, this all of a sudden gold's pulling back pretty hard here.
We are seeing a little rotation in gold now. A little bit of selling coming into equities. Just a little bit. Equities have gone a bit sideways since we started this segment. But sellers stepping in just a little bit. See if we can't put in a new low. We're just a couple points away from new lows. I'm looking at the micro contract in the S&P. Current low 75.98 in the order. 75.98.75. About 5 points away right now. Wouldn't be unheard of
like
to see
out there or any news? That was interesting.
Let me take a look.
Gold didn't go anywhere for an hour, and then it sold off like, I don't know, $8 in a minute.
Mm-hmm. So the latest headline I saw came out 3 minutes ago. From U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick in a letter to Anthropic, warning them of curbs on top AI models and led Anthropic to disable Mythos. That's from unnamed sources right now.
Okay.
That was a couple of minutes ago. Let me refresh my news feed, see if anything happened. I mean, these moves we're seeing aren't, earth-shattering or anything.
No.
We're basically still just barcoding sideways, but that last sell-off did come pretty quick, didn't it? Quicker than
gold it did.
The previous ones, for sure. All right, Carson, it's your first time on Topstep TV. Who is watching you right now? Who did you tell about this? Who do you want to say hi to? Is there anyone out there?
Yeah, I told a few of my friends, trading buddy, and then my girlfriend. Shout out to them. I know she's still on.
Cool. You got a trading buddy. How'd you guys hook up? How'd you meet? How do you communicate throughout the day? Are you in a Discord? What do you guys do?
Yeah, so I actually have known him really back since the high school days, was in the same like frat and stuff in college. Well, actually, he went to basically mutual friends. So I've known him since I was like 14, and then knew each other throughout college. I was only in college for a year and a half, but then we've kind of always stayed in touch. And I just met up for lunch, and we were like kind of just chatting, shooting the whatever, and realized we were both trading, neither with really any success at the time. And then we kind of just like racked our brains together. We're like, let's find like whatever companies have good reviews, like what the successful people are doing, not the people who are just like pushing products, but kind of like whatever the consistencies are between kind of people having success. And a lot of it was on NQ. So then we're like, what's the best company to trade this with? And both have a little bit different strategies and kind of like rules and stuff like that, and trading styles, but they kind of complement each other. Like my issue is always I'm really good at seeing and reading the charts, but like impulse control, and he's kind of like the opposite with that, where he's got a lot better like emotional regulation. So try to just like chat throughout the day, pre-day bias, like kind of what are we seeing, what are we thinking, like if this happens, like avoid or try to do our best to avoid. So yeah, I'm big, or I think we're kind of both big on the visual side of things. Like I always like don't really even need Zoom anymore because we're looking at the same charts at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm big on the visual side of things. So visual side of things and accountability. So that's kind of the main times that it comes into play, is especially when it's like a tilt day or kind of like tilt moment where it's just like I need a logical mind to speak to and like tell me to just call it a day. So
very cool. Yeah. Trading buddies are good for accountability too. And I love how you guys, you said you guys would jump on a Zoom call every day and just trade together, right? That's awesome.
Yeah, accountability is good. Hold you to your plan, right? Discipline.
Definitely. Yeah. It's been huge for sure. Cause I feel like so many people are just going at it alone. And obviously trading, just like starting your own business, or trading is your own business at the end of the day. It's just one of those things where it's like lonely at times, like people don't understand it, especially if they're not in it. So I think like how different people find different support, different ways. But I think like the faster that you kind of figure out what works for you, the faster it's going to help kind of like get in a rhythm, like mentally, daily. Cause I think that's a big part of it as well. It's just like, if you always feel out of sorts, and you're going to trade out of sorts too. So that's definitely important.
Yep. What's Enrico's favorite line? If you treat trading like a hobby, you're going to get paid like it's a hobby, right? And hobbies typically cost more money. You're typically spending more money on a hobby than you are bringing money in, right?
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, Carson, I got to tell you, that was a great hour. It was a pleasure meeting you. Thanks for coming on Topstep TV and sharing everything with us. You took some trades. We're going to have you back on again and trade it up again in the very near future. Thank you so much for coming on.
Awesome.
Topstep TV. Thanks you. Vince, I will catch up with you in a little bit. Yes.
Sounds good.
Vince, I'll catch up with you in a little bit. We got Power Hour coming up next. Jack, Mandy, and Gabe will be here to close out regular trading hours. And don't forget, we got Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. So a couple more hours of tradertainment coming your way live right here on Topstep TV. We're going to take a short break. Power Hour coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour on Topstep TV. We're touching the lows right now in the ES as I look at it. And good thing we're joined by Gabe, and Mandy is back. Mandy, how's the rest of your day treated you so far?
Actually not too bad. Took that short bias. I think I'm up just over 1,500 on that combine now. Decided that's a good P&L for the day. I'm gonna do another combine. Just trying to finish getting back up to those 5 XFAs. Been struggling at getting that 5 count. That's my goal for the before end of
Okay.
June. So yeah, we're gonna
Good
finish that out.
June goals. All right. And Gabe,
Yeah.
welcome to the broadcast today. Sure you're looking at the
Thank you.
NQ right now. What are you seeing?
I am. Yeah, I was actually looking for a little bit of a continued flush, just to lean a little bit lower for the afternoon. I was looking for 370s to come into play, but we are popping these 420s right now. So I am short one from 425. And I was looking for a little bit of momentum underneath this previous little pivot. Tight stop. 62.5 is my current stop for this one NQ. But yeah, looking for essentially I have a bid in to cover at 375. And then I'll be
It's
looking
looking
to
good.
possibly go long.
Looking good right now.
Nice.
The ES is still hitting those lows. Real quick, we'll take a walk around the markets with me, shall you? Crude is trading 76.48. The only things in the green in the $1 trillion stocks, Meta's up 1%, Google's up 1%, Apple's up 1%. Everything else is down. Micron's down 4.7%. Nvidia, Tesla down 1.5%. Microsoft down 1.75%. Some memory stocks getting hit, but they were just up $1 million yesterday. SanDisk down 4.6%. AMD down 5.4%. A little bit of a sell-off here today ahead of the Fed meeting, and that sets us up. Mandy, I don't usually host this, so I'll get right to the point. We do a little game called Above Below.
Yes,
You have an
we do.
opinion on where the NQ is going to close today at 3 p.m. Central.
Man, that's gonna be so freaking hard. I don't think it's gonna be an easy one at all. Let's go 30,612. Do something like that. What?
30,612 is our above below.
160 points away. Can we do it? I mean, this pump's helping us.
Anything is
Let's
possible.
do that.
Okay.
ACH.
Anything can happen. Gabe is short 1. Looking over at the news wire.
Not for long, Jack. There we go. Just got tagged out.
Okay.
All right. So there we go. We'll take a small paper cut, move on to the next trade.
You've been unshorted 1 MNQ.
Yes,
That's
indeed.
okay. All
This is
right.
an interesting area right here. Jack, we've had this massive sell-off, right? Wow, look at this pump. We have relatively respected and closed below my MA, or I should even say EMA, this entire down move. As we've gotten here, we've had a little bit of a cross in this area. Let me delete that chart there. But we've closed again below every time. So can this 15-minute candle be the first one to break this moving average that I have? My moving average is set to 7. It's been a really good line for me. That's why I use the 7 for the MA. That's what I've got my eyes on in the next 10 minutes, is to see where we close in relation to the moving averages here on the 15-minute. Coming in at the 5-minute, we just crossed on the 5. I'm looking for a little pullback here into these 60s. And I'm going to get 1 right now. So yeah, see if we can go tag those 612s. I'm really liking this idea a little bit better as this keeps playing out, Jack.
All right. Well, we got about 9.5 minutes, I think, until that 15-minute bar closes. In the meantime, Gabe, still looking at short or just resetting and kind of seeing what comes along?
Yeah, I still like a little bit more downside in the day. We would have to really start to trade above this range substantially, kind of get back into the 500s for me to feel like I want to get long. I'm looking for a re-entry beneath 440 here. We get it.
Good.
Depending on how aggressive folks are on the buy side, I kind of spoke earlier about the 75.25 SPX, which is about 75.95 or so in the futures. And then below that, if we really start selling off, I mean, a big round number to go into Fed day would be this 7,500 SPX, 75.70 in the September futures. That would be saucy.
You like sauce?
Ah, who doesn't? People talking SpaceX. SpaceX has been all over the place. It is selling off a little bit from its most recent, local high was probably around like 217, 206 right now. Still a heck of a move over the last 2 days, the only 2 days of trading. We'll keep an eye on that into the close. Today was the first day you could trade options on it.
Do you look at any options on that today, Jack? Just for the sake of looking?
I did. And I tried to set some up, like to see what they look like, and nothing really spoke to me yet. I guess what do you say with options? Dakota, I think, sold some July 300 puts. Sorry, 300 calls.
Added a second.
I look. Yeah, nice, Mandy. Okay. What's your position now?
468 quarter. Came back and tagged the MA on the 5 minute, a push up. We've closed above the EMA again on the 1 minute. No reason for me to short this. I might reduce risk here. Just below these last wicks since I sized up. I don't have an upside target right now.
That's okay.
Yeah, maybe upside target would be the 612s, right? That would be quite massive play there, but kind of hope if it goes, and we just see a lot of people stepping in and let it just ride on into the sunset at the bell, that would be nice.
Love it.
Do you see anything on the options with SPY levels, SPX?
Yeah, I mean, 0 dates, maybe if you're looking to get short, that kind of right around, I don't know, nothing that I like at the moment, besides if we were to start dropping towards that 7,500 SPX level. I mean, maybe the day before the Fed, maybe I could get into a long around 75.95, depending on how it reacts, but I don't want to be trying to catch some sort of end of day meltdown here. I mean, the move today, we got the semiconductors are down 4.15%. They've been flying. I don't want to get caught in some cascade right at the end of the day.
That's true. This 15-minute candle isn't helping me. We're well below that EMA. So 5 minutes. If we make new lows here, I'll be glad to be out. We can just melt. That's okay. I think 5 minutes will be kind of telling here. Let's go, Gabe.
We got a closure back under 440. Kind of rejected a little bit of that 480. Kind of still staying boxed in. There's not really a whole lot that looks pretty about this setup by any means. I'm really just looking for momentum, targeting a higher time frame level for me. I put a bid into cover at those 370s again. See if we can flush these lows. I have a feeling I don't mind the bias to close a little bit above where we are right now near the end of the day there, Mandy. I just think that we need to push the lows one more time.
One more time. That's fair, Gabe.
That's why I'm looking for a reversal in just underneath 400. You can come in, tap some
stops.
Tap some stops out for those longs.
Absolutely.
longs
Maybe I
into
should
the
widen them a little bit here. See, I'm gonna
like
put
if
it down. I like that point actually, Gabe. I'm gonna adjust the loss here down into these 360s. It is gonna be quite a bit of heat. 3.5 minutes though. Let's see. Sheesh. I like this.
Wowie, wowie, wow.
we just didn't take out that 407 pivot we made around 1148. Like that low of session was only taken by about 5 to 7 points around 140. So I just feel like that's a little bit of
Heavy.
it's not enough of a flush in my opinion of lows of day for us to really build a nice long position. For me at least, I'd be looking for a little bit more of an excessive move underneath that first.
On the day, the ES is down 0.4%, Nasdaq's down 1.5%.
Any close on a 1 minute above my MA? Right now it's sitting at 440s. I'll add another contract long. This looks good for you, Gabe. Way to go.
New session
New
lows,
lows.
ES.
We just melt.
Oh
And
boy.
we're
All
melting.
right, here we go. It's below 400, 395 's trading.
Killer, Gabe. Way to go.
Come get these 370s. Then we'll go hands off for a few minutes and see what type of response we have underneath the session lows. Wouldn't mind seeing a really nice quick recovery from like the 300s, but for now, I'll just take that short. See if I'm going to start to trail my stop here pretty quickly as we get a close underneath this session low.
Very nicely done.
Killer
Down
trade,
4.7% now in the semis. Today's the day for the beat down stocks. Meta and Google are holding up though. They're both up 1%. Trying to see what's happening here. Just still hanging around with the lows in the ES.
If we can come back, test these lows, and then get a little bit of a further push here. Peaked above that 400 level. I did tighten up my stop a little bit, moved it from the 80s to the kind of right around the 460. So cut risk in about half right now. I want to give it a little bit of room still potentially to come back and retest like 420s.
Sniper entry, Gabe. That was amazing. Good job.
Not so much the first one, but I appreciate it. The revisit.
Yeah.
Once we saw some momentum really carry through after kind of faking out those longs around 470, that's what I should have waited for, but hindsight's a pain in the butt sometimes. So
getting back on that horse. Take a look. I got if we go to my charts real quick, I got the SpaceX chart up here. So it kind of just rejected off of this was after hours trading to fill the gap down to the 3 o'clock close yesterday. It would be down to 192 and change. So a little work to do there. Brad Sims asked if I know that Alphabet owns 7% of SpaceX. No, but I mean, I just long everything Google and then short the things that compete with it. Not financial advice.
all right, here we go. About a little over 10 points away from my bid to cover here.
Which is like my stop loss. That's so bad.
Oh,
you said
my
360s,
gosh,
right?
that's 100 points. Yeah, that's 100 points from my entry. That's terrible.
Come grab these 370s. All right, there we go. We're out.
There you
522.
go. I'm barely alive. I'm out.
Still going.
Sheesh, killer trade, Gabe.
There's some
Stop loss better
Stop.
entry. Oh my freaking hell. We could just I want to see a 314, see what we get down to there. If not, if we bounce here, I'm gonna be a little frustrated. Good read, Gabe. That was killer. Way to go. Trade of the
Very
day.
nice.
Amen, Braden.
Thank you, thank you. Market did what I wanted to do the second time around, which is always nice. But hey, it made up for the first. You know, took about a $780 loser on the first attempt. Saw that momentum again and took care of that loss and then left some on top. But now this is where I'd be looking for potentially a closure back
aggressive
above the
selling
previous
here.
session lows. But this is, yeah,
Check
I'm
this
definitely not
out.
going to be buying this right here, right now.
Could be reaching. We're 17 points away from that 7,500 SPX. Or actually, just or like 13
Yeah.
points away. I hate these new contracts. You got to adjust the spread between them more frequently. We got 70, 65.
You said 17 points away from that XPX?
Well, in my SPX ticker, I got 75.13 right now. So that's like the source of truth.
Okay.
Nice, strong selling here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that S&P take care of that 80 low. You see that pivot from just a little bit pre-market there, Jack, that you have on the 30-minute, right around those 80s. This was pre-market yesterday. See those that little swing to your left there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that if we see S&Ps take out that little pivot, that little swing, see if there's any maybe buyers that come in off that 80 level, but we would be pretty close to that 7,500. So it might need to just go hands off for a minute and see how much more downside there is.
Mm-hmm. All right, they're giving it an effort here.
Little.
Down nearly 5% in the semiconductors now. Intel's down 7.3%. Fun day. What's Bitcoin doing? Haven't checked in there in a bit. 65,546 in the spot.
Braden up about 2,300 on the XFA. Good stuff, Braden.
Very nice.
It's like we got about 70% of the vote, by the way, going for below.
Yeah, that's looking way
Well.
better now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we can close that poll. I think we've seen enough.
Starting to go with the market sentiment there, Jack. So, we're flushing? Oh, we got to be going below 612.
remember my trade idea? What was that a week and a half ago? And no one liked it, and it paid so nicely. We still got 40 long minutes of power hour, you guys. Anything can happen. Yeah. Yes. Hit the like button. Yep. There you go. Are we not entertained, you guys?
Please,
Thank you,
please,
Trader
please.
X, for that. I'm gonna try my luck at one long.
Yeah,
again.
this is the recovery I was looking for. A nice little V-shaped bounce off my level. Let's see if we can close back above prior session lows there, Mandy.
Gonna open 1 second. I'll make sure my SPX is right here. It is. Okay. So,
Nodding
Getting
a
back.
second.
Okay.
Like it. I want to see a 5-minute bar back above like 430. But there is that excess move that we were talking about. is just a much bigger flush underneath session lows, quick recovery, trading right back inside the range. And then from here, I'd just be targeting the highs of range, which would be maybe as high as like 575s, but at least looking for like 520s.
Adding 2 more. We're going to go 4 contracts. See if we can make up any of that loss that I had. Trailing this tightly. Oh gosh, don't turn red on me.
You are long right now, right?
Yeah, long 3. I just want to see a break of this MA on my 5 minutes at 433.
All right. We're bouncing. Gabe, did you put any position on or are you still flat?
Not yet. I'm still flat. I'm going to be a little bit patient here in case we see a little bit more pushed lower. I'd like to get a 5-minute close just because I am trying to go against that recent little momentum move. And you do have some pretty logical downside targets there, Jack, for the S&Ps. And obviously, we are still fairly high for the week compared to where we closed on Friday. Very well could be headed down towards that new week opening gap. But if I can get a 5-minute bar back above like 430, that would give me a little bit more confidence.
Yes, that's where I have an MA right there, Gabe. We have 220 left on that 5-minute candle. We're just tagging that MA. Can't quite push above it yet. Still a long 5-minute candle though. Still a long time to wait. We did tag the EMA on the 1 minute, so I like that. It's a red candle though. See how we react here.
Well, we are living right now in the SPX gap. So if you don't count the overnight, long way to go down to fill that gap. About
For sure.
120 points or so.
Yeah. We got a big day tomorrow. We got FOMC tomorrow. First FOMC meeting with Kevin Warsh as chair. Interested to see how tomorrow looks. Holiday week, of course, Friday.
The
No
1
stock
minute
trading on Friday.
MA. I like that this candle's turning green now. Let's see if we can get that follow through for another leg up. 440s, 430s would be really nice. A nice push here in the next minute on this 5-minute candle, Gabe.
Agreed.
Right now, the straddle expiring tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the SPX is priced at about 53.80. Volatility is super low right now. It seems a little cheap to me, but to each their own. I would not be selling that.
All right, we're back in the 30 handle. 30 seconds till this 5-minute bar closes.
Here we are at the 75.25 SPX.
I've locked it in at 420s. No need to let this trade turn green. We're just right at these 430s. Let's see if we can get a candle close above. We're closing right on it.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's a tough one. I know. Can we go here? I like my stop. I could re-enter if we get tagged out. This is looking okay. We're starting to push a little bit.
All right.
There we go.
I'm gonna try. I'm long one from 437.
There we go. There's a push.
Mr. Trend.
All right, I have one to get out here at 52s. Come on, get another push here.
Come on.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want to see us trade back below the prior session lows. So I have my stop just underneath the 400s by a few points in case we do end up flushing.
Do the sellers got that dog in them? We will find out.
I just got out. Made up about like 80 points or something. I don't love this red candle. I'm looking to re-enter if we stay above 720s. I'll re-enter again with my 3 contracts. Might be worthwhile seeing what we do in the next 3 minutes before I. This is a tricky market, man. They don't make it easy to read by any means. Holy cow.
VIX is still holding just above 16. Lots of it. How excited are you for Warsh tomorrow, Gabe? You feel that in your bones?
I'm curious. I'm excited. I know we're gonna have a watch party for it. I'll definitely be tuning in. See what type of Fed share he's gonna be. We're still expected to hold rates steady, right, Jack? Nothing too crazy
like
on
100. You know, you can't say 100% of anything because anything can happen. Like,
of course.
But 99.999. I don't care what the Fed Watch tool says. It says like 98%. It's basically 100%.
Yeah, I find it pretty unlikely that he would move first Fed meeting, but very well start to see
I hope
some.
everyone understands he couldn't if he wanted to. Like, they got to vote, and it's this. The composition of the people voting has not changed.
Right.
In fact, we lost our favorite poster, Stephen Myron, is no longer on the board.
All right, a minute 48 until this 15-minute candle closes. That'll be the bottom of the hour. Will the buyers step in at that point? That's what I want to know.
Bottom of the hour, coming in just about a minute and a half. And 20 minutes to MOC. Well, it certainly is times like this where I appreciate Andre's ability just to keep saying words. It's harder than it looks, guys. Especially when the market's a little bit.
I'm long one.
Standstill.
Looking to see if we can get this to go. Here we go. Here's another push. I'm going to add a second here. And a third. This looks really bullish to me. We're going to enter in a few contracts here.
I like it. I like it.
All right, we'll let Mandy's trade play out a little bit. Then we'll get to the news. Got a little bit of a tidbit. Mandy, did you play soccer growing up?
No, cross country. And
cross country. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a runner. I'm not aggressive, so the contact sports weren't really my thing. I enjoyed volleyball. See, like your team's on one side. Cross country is like a no contact sport, but like in the trees and stuff, if you're away from those watching, they'll sometimes throw an elbow.
But even more so than the contact sports, like even like football or wrestling or stuff, I always thought, like, not that you are one, but the cross country was more of something for the psychos because it's just a complete endurance against your own mind. Like some of the craziest people I've ever met are cross country runners.
Oh yeah, we're a different breed, that's for sure. I mean, I'm a marathoner. I've done 4 marathons. Was training for my 5th last year. I've taken a break for a minute. But I'm getting right back into it finally this summer. So yeah, we're special breed. us runners. All right, this trade's looking really good. Can we hold?
I'd love to see a body close in a 5-minute above the 481 high that we just made prior to selling off from the top of the hour. That would be a really good sign for me. And you for both this long.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is your upside target? Did you have anything set right now? I see like a 580s limit up there for you.
580s TBD. I'm trying to figure out how, if this goes, I want to snag most of that. We have a New York anchor VWAP at 614. It's asking a lot. So I don't know if we'll get to there. I'd be looking to scale out here at probably 94s, 95s. As TP1. We just can't get that follow through, you guys. Sheesh, let's go. Come on. Kind of hesitating a little bit here. I wanted to see it fly. That's my only hesitation, is it's just not taking off. We're still holding above this MA on the 15-minute, and we are pushing down. So I have a tight stop. I don't want to participate if we're going to flush. It's either a here or now type scenario for me.
I want to see you guys both make money on these trades and then have it flush down to 7,500 SPX. A boy can dream.
There you go.
Well, we got a spare minute here, so we'll go ahead and play this little news piece so I can spin around in my chair backstage or back virtual stage. Pump prices may be slow to drop following the war. Experts say it could be months before gas prices return to the pre-war levels. Let's hear a little something about it.
Oil prices hitting the lowest levels this week since the start of the war with Iran, after the U.S. said it reached an agreement with Tehran that would open the vital Strait of Hormuz. Yet, crude prices remain about $10 a barrel more than they were before the U.S. launched its campaign in late February. When fully open to vessels, 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas supply moves through the strait, which was effectively closed as a result of the conflict, sending prices soaring. Here's what President Trump has said about them.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rocket.
Experts, however, say not so fast.
The administration's talked about 40 to 50 vessels that may grow through soon. But until we start to see the backlog easing and ships transiting through, we're right where we were a couple of weeks ago.
Getting a steady flow of ships won't presumably come quickly. One, Iran laced the strait with mines, so the stuck ships full with oil will have to hug the coastline carefully to avoid them as the U.S. Navy works to clear the explosives. Two, there are far fewer empty ships nearby waiting to come through and fill up. That could take a month to fully ramp up to pre-war flow, experts say, or longer.
It's probably going to take a couple of weeks to rebuild confidence of ships going through the strait.
In Washington, Brian Abel reporting.
Hey, Harden, if you're back there, that guy's voice in the clip sounds like if you tried really hard at your news voice. I thought it was maybe you with a voice changer or like some AI thing for a second.
No, not me. Not this time.
Not this time. Going through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, we're selling off a little
Really
bit.
good. That was good, John.
Yeah.
Or was that James? All
That
right,
was me.
anchored
Me and
VWAP,
the- yeah.
424. I had that wrong. I hadn't refreshed my screen for a second. So New York anchored VWAP 424. We're holding above that right now. About 4 seconds on this candle. Closed right on it. Let's see how our reaction is here. We could not get a cross on the 5-minute. Sheesh, this is so freaking.
If we can get back above these 60s.
Yep. Just let's go, NQ. Do something that I want you to do.
Let's check in on some of our
Rejection off
friends.
the MA on the 1 minute. I don't like this. Oh, I'm gonna get stopped out again.
That's all right.
Well,
Dipping back
there's
below.
2 strikes. It's just a massive flush here.
Yeah, there's a chance I'm going to get tagged on this too here. About 8 points away.
How's
Yeah, here we go.
What is-
All right. We're selling off. Jack, you might get your wish.
You might, Jack.
Well, half my wish. I was hoping it would bounce for you guys first. Let's see. We're selling off a little bit in the ES. What is selling off here? I mean, AMD's down 6% now.
Just that 15-minute green candle. Just throwing it off for me, man.
A late day gap fill would be insane, but possible.
That'd be wild.
And a lot of people were kind of expecting. It was weird that to see so many opinions online that kind of ended up being, in retrospect, kind of true about this. Of like, don't short it all yesterday. I mean, like, I guess you could have at some point, but you would have had a hell of a time doing it early in the day. And then the day after, maybe seeing some retrace before the Fed. Crude oil trading about $77. It's rallied about $1.25 this afternoon.
Gosh. Again, nothing. I mean, look at that rejection off that MA on the 15-minute. Straight selling, man. So this is the question I'm asking myself. Is this where buyers attempted, they failed, and now sellers are just going to take this thing to who knows where?
It's possible. For sure.
It's very possible. It's probably not going to happen, but I don't know if I really want to buy it till it gets in the ES like 15 points lower than here. It may well bounce back. We're getting the movement this hour.
I got one more bid in here. I'm going to buy my 370 level once more.
I don't hate it.
Stops can be just right beneath that little excess with low we had at the 15-minute mark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, SpaceX is at 200 on the dot right as I switched over there. Once again, got a ways to go before it fills that gap. Still $8. Let me know in the chat if anybody's been trading any if you've been trading any SpaceX or SpaceX derivatives, let me know. I'm just curious.
Guys, this is what it's going to feel like all summer. But this is rollover, pre-FOMC. What is summer trade going to be like?
We got the quarterly options rolling off this week too. We got Friday off. It could set the table for, kind of a new. I don't think there's going to be any if there's a slowdown, it's only coincidental because
Get it, Gabe?
we've resolved the Iran stuff,
No.
I guess, for now.
I'm gonna try
we're
it
just a
one more
couple-
time. If we get a
Ticks
if
off.
we close above 96, I will try one more time for these longs.
A 15-minute,
All
though,
right.
looks a little bit more bearish than I'd like it to look right now.
So true. Rejection, close below, no trade.
Yeah, VWAP George, I agree with you on that. Okay, we got about 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes until MOC. Could be a big one on a day like this. Software and semis down. Still just a little bit less than 5% down the semis. Bond yields are off a little bit, but that's probably oil going down. We're below 200 now in SpaceX. 198.77. What we got on the tilt?
A little long. 64 long
Yes.
on the ES, 57 long on NQ.
Do it or don't. You guys are both flat, correct? Or Gabe, did you
Yep.
get in?
For the moment, no. We're about 9 points off from my current bid.
Okay, SpaceX is falling now into the close. Traded 1.6 million shares in this 15-minute bar.
All right, I'm in one from 369.
Oh my gosh, I almost said something after that.
There he is.
If you're a millennial, you should know it. 369.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
Mr. John.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty quick to go break even here. You got about a minute until the 5-minute candle closes. I'd like
Yeah,
to
I
get back
see that.
above. I really want to get back above 420.
I agree, Gabe. I agree. Same. Why does it look? I mean, is this ranging? I mean, this is ranging. It's more towards the bottom. I'm going to join you on that. I love this movement. 45 seconds. I am front running this.
All right,
Looking
I'm
to
going
add.
break even. I don't want to get caught in this if we end up flushing lower here. This 15-minute bar is about to close, so this is like now or never for buyers, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I agree. 100%. I want to close above 417s here in about 20 seconds to add another one. Come on, baby.
All right, back above previous session lows. Get a 5-minute bar above 420. That would be phenomenal. Didn't get
I'm
it.
moving my
but
stops to break even. All right, here's a push.
if buyers don't come back in here now, I
Adding
think
a
we're going
third.
lower.
Added a third.
Somebody asked why SpaceX matters. Well, they accelerated the schedule, so they're going to add the thing to the NASDAQ 100, I think, in a matter of a couple weeks. I think July 6th. Second is the biggest IPO of all time. Third, at least for me, there's
I
a lot of
agree.
people chatting. Like, it can't be a bubble. There's not all these non-profitable companies IPOing at massive valuations. And then it happened, and
now,
everyone's
Gabe.
celebrating it.
Here or
Yeah, I got my finger on the close button because if we see I see like more than half of this candle get recovered, I'm gonna just end up cutting.
Could that be a good button for the reversal button? Like a good use of because if it's not going now, you
Yeah.
know, we're assuming it's just short, right? So, I mean, the fills would be pretty terrible, but at least you'd be doing what you expect it to do. All right, buyers, let's see you do your thing, or we just aren't convinced. There you go, back at break even. Sellers, man.
Yeah, this is
We're maintaining 400s.
just barely.
Barely, yep.
Not
Well,
convincing,
in
that's for
ca-
sure.
In
Go ahead,
case
Jack.
we get some volatility off this MOC number in a few minutes, I think we run with the old hashtag power hour right now. I know that James is in back, ready to rock with it. So let me know if you're ready, James.
Let's do it. Here we go. Earlier in the show, guys, we asked you to take to Twitter and tag us using hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour and show us your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you want to show off. And here's what you brought to the table today. And we're going to do it all in under 3 minutes before MOC. First off, we are starting with Sensei. Sensei IT, let me pull up the right one. Oh, I think these are from yesterday, actually. These are yesterday's power hours, but we can go through them again because they've been with Topstep since 2019. I took my first payout a few months ago and I'm still collecting payouts today. They're not consistently where they want to be, but they're improving because with the lockout button, they're finding their edge. And they're finding out that the risk management tools in Topstep X are the game-changing device they needed. Now, their goal is to be live funded in top 5 in 25 and 26. And Michael and Topstep, they appreciate everything you do for them here at Topstep with these traders. Now, moving on, let's see who we got next. From Crazy X-Ray, first live payout. Gonna frame this one. Topstep and community, thank you for all the support. And you know what? You did the work. You did it. You took 5K out of the live funded markets, and I'm glad you did. And speaking of pop cards, we got a big update for you guys if you haven't heard just yet, because our next contributor from Dylan Dalla is pointing out that you can now have stacked pop cards. That's right. Did you take multiple payouts in one day? Well, no longer are they categorized one at a time. They now stack into one single pop card. So Dylan is showing off his combined 10K payouts he got from across all of his XFAs. Go ahead and if you have requested a payout recently from multiple accounts all at once, you can now find your combined pop card under your payout tab in your dashboard. So Dylan, thank you for sharing the new update. Can't wait to see what else you guys bring to the table. From Farah Mo, just got myself a toss-up account. What an amazing trade. Rejection of the CP and trailed my TP all out at 610. A monstrous 10R trade. Farah, welcome back to Topstep. Whether it's your first time with us or your X amount of time, you are killing it. All right, we got 1 minute left on the clock. Let's see who else we got. From Chikang, 3 hours of the charts, 0 trades, no setups equals no trades. Learning that patience pays more than forcing trades. Sometimes it is that way. Sometimes you're not going to have a green or a red day. You're going to have a null day. That's not always the worst thing. Last but most certainly not least, from Ricky, Topstep Live Day 9 down $203, but they got the first 25% increment of the reserve balance added. That's right, Ricky. That means you are stacking up the numbers and you are unlocking all of your capital piece by piece. Keep it up, keep trading, and keep sharing your results to Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Keep tagging us all week long and keep checking in Power Hour to see your stuff. Whew, Jack, Andy, Gabe, back to you.
You're a wizard. 3, 2, 1. MOC. Quick pop to the upside there.
Oh my gosh. I literally just got tagged out and then I'm not trading anymore.
I bailed on that long, went back to scratch, and now I'm short from 393.
There you go. I like the
Post
shorts.
the numbers. We're a little behind on our feed right here.
It is garbage action. Tristan, thank you.
Total hot garbage. I don't know. Maybe we'll still sell off to that level. Okay, Hoops got me. We got MOC, S&P 500, 2.1 billion buy side. NASDAQ, 1.25 billion buy side. Mag 7, 358 million buy side. So buy side, pretty good buy side for the ES there.
Let's go, Gabe.
Andy, it was that darn rejection of previous session lows.
Yeah,
Didn't get that
absolutely.
follow through in the 45-minute candle. I'm currently using that just a little bit of breathing room above that 420 level, since that's what we failed to get continuation back above. And let's see if we can get some new session lows here. I got a bid into cover at 336.
Love it.
All right, Gabe. Love the chutzpah. SpaceX is working on closing that gap right now. Maybe it even already did. 1 second. Oh no, we still got a little ways to go here. It's trading right now 195.26, 192.40 or so would close it. It looks like that's the direction it's going right now.
All right, let's see if we get another like short here. I'm not entering a trade right now, but
I'm going
there you
to
go, Gabe.
reduce my risk if we can get back under this previous 5-minute low.
I like it. Don't fight the trend.
All right, so there's a
Um,
break under that previous 5-minute low, but no close yet. Got about 2 minutes left. Go ahead, Maddie.
I was gonna say, I agree with this statement by Schmeckel. Gabe, your progression over the last year or so has been awesome. I'm glad you joined the team. Amen to that. 100%.
I
You're killing it,
appreciate
dude.
that.
That's very nice.
It's been so fun to see your growth.
Love y'all.
All
All right,
right.
testing under that low. Let's see. We got it still a little over a minute until that bar closes. I like how heavy we look right now. I'm going to reduce risk just because we're breaking underneath a little bit here. So move my stop just above, a couple points above that previous high.
Come on, do it for Gabe.
Do it.
Do it for SPX 7500. Let's do it. Kill it. Kill it with fire.
Just melt.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Nice, Gabe.
Come get these 330s.
I like this one. Brad Sims just goes to show the power of raw milk.
I'm telling you.
All right. We're going to see the liquidity injection at 255. Then I'll probably show the live leaders real quick, but let's see this. Usually get some movement here. About 20 seconds.
Oh,
hey, there's the live leaders too.
Definitely not what I wanted to
Bob
see.
S.
Go ahead, Jack.
16690. Alyssa M. Maybe Alyssa Milano. We will never know. 12122. Shintaro O. 12,000. Roland. Nearly 11,000. And Andre chickened out and said KB, but I'll say Kiranjot B. $10,715. Great job. You deserve your full name read with that type of P&L.
Absolutely.
Oh, Mandy, that 5-minute bar did not look very promising just at the close there.
No, it did not.
But immediate rejection coming back in. So
Yeah,
I'm all for it.
absolutely.
All right, come flush
No.
these 30s.
Well, I'm reading this right. MOC changed quite a bit. We're now just pared down to just 280 million buy side in the S&P, minus 7 million, just 7 million in the NASDAQ. So went from some decent buys to very light.
All right, don't like the hesitation. I'm about
No.
to go break even here.
Good trade management.
Just not seeing that flush.
Why not?
Because we can't have nice things, Mandy. 3 minutes and
Oh,
40
no.
seconds left.
Come on. You know you want it.
Thinking.
Gabe's talking to his trade.
Oh, you guys
I'll
heard
allow
that?
it. Yeah.
Thought I hit the mute button.
Okay.
There you go. There we go. Let's go.
Oh, wow. We've changed again. Now we're minus 1.8 billion S&P, minus 2 billion NASDAQ. What the heck?
New lows, new lows, new lows. Come on, 336s.
Yes, baby. There
New
you
lows.
go.
And I'm about to 10% it.
New lows on the
Do
close.
it. How far do we go?
New lows on the
314?
close.
All right, there we go. New session lows. We're out.
Nice.
Plus 1191.
Yay. Taps
Here we
for
go.
Gabe. I still think we got more to go.
Good job, Gabe. That was really good.
Great stuff.
Good
Gracias.
executions today.
Two minutes left in the trading day. Reminder, we got at the buzzer after this. We'll be back tomorrow with probably one uninterrupted stream. We got the FOMC watch party tomorrow for Warsh at 1. Me, JD, Hogue, Andre will be there for that.
I think we're going for that 282 low from Sunday night.
Just 90 seconds. SpaceX bounced back up to around 200.
All right. What are we going to do in this last minute?
Semis are still getting
Get
hit
up
down
here.
like 5.7% now.
What a bounce.
No bounces.
To the ground. Let's go. New lows? New lows?
Got my sicko hat on. Come on. We're getting there. 2 points
seconds.
away. Yes. Here we go. Here we go.
282's NASDAQ, I think, Jack, with your SPX level. 40 more points here in the NASDAQ. I think we can flush this real quick. 25 seconds. 282's. That's what we're tagging by the end of the
Wow.
close here.
Let's go. Let's go.
Here we go.
Did it. Let's go.
8 more
Past the
points.
pivot point. Can we do it? 314s.
Ah, 5.
Not quite.
4.
Not
3,
quite.
2.
We right
And
after.
there we go. Gabe, great trading there. That was pretty awesome to watch.
Amazing.
Short king.
Yeah, it was a good time.
For a tall man. Of course. Mandy. When we next see you?
Oh, tomorrow morning. I'm gonna do some back testing tonight. See, definitely wasn't reading the market great at all today. So we're gonna do some reevaluations before I get back on air tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for having me. Always a pleasure.
Of course.
Catch you guys later.
Good stuff. Well, we'll kick it over right now. That's all for us, but we're going to send it to Dr. Volatility to take us home. Hope you all have a great night, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
Ooh, I could not have said it better myself, Jack. Hey, everybody. We did it. We have completed another day of Topstep TV, and even better, we did it all together. And hey, just because we're going off air doesn't mean that action has to stop, because up next is At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. So if you're itching to talk more trades, well, just sit right where you are, because that's going to kick off at 3:15 p.m. Central Time right after this. And if you're heading out, well, be sure to give us a like and subscribe on the way out. Give yourselves a round of applause, and go ahead and give another shout out in the chat for Jack, Gabe, and Mandy for a wonderful, wonderful power hour. And then, if you guys are ready for more trading talk after At the Buzzer, be sure to come back, because tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time, Coach Dakota is kicking off Slow Markets right here on our YouTube channel. If you have yet to catch an episode of Slow Markets, tonight is a great night to do so, because I believe Braden will be joining Dakota tonight. And if it's not Braden, you can be certain that it is going to be someone worth tuning in for. So 7 p.m. tonight on YouTube, be sure to tune in for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Then tomorrow morning, be sure to tune in bright and early, because we have got a stacked FOMC day for you here on Topstep TV. And it all starts at 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning with opening call. Now, in fast markets, Mandy already gave it away, but she'll be back alongside Doom, Dakota, Henrico, and we got some special guests stopping by, including Jay Hatfield, to talk about retail sales, and of course, FOMC, the big event of the day tomorrow. That's going to be going down at 12 p.m. Central Time. We're going to start with group coaching. We're going to end group coaching early and go into the FOMC strategy session around 12:50, and that's going to lead us into the FOMC meeting at 1:30, which you can be sure we're going to stream the whole thing right here on Topstep TV, so you don't need to go anywhere else. Stick with us bell to bell no matter what. Again, it's a big day tomorrow, so rest up, stick around for At the Buzzer. Be sure to watch Slow Markets. Then you've done all your homework. Tune in for Topstep TV tomorrow for the big FOMC watch party. But for now, you guys have probably heard enough from me. Let's get you on over to At the Buzzer. As always, I've been James Harden. You've been the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Let's go. Big things happening tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. Not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.